The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's
Johnny Magnet!
Another, yes, tops, yes.
Shot in the second leg, Brian Raman.
Yes, yes, yes.
Play when you're asked to play. Okay, how about tops?
Chance for Atkins to increase his lead here.
Well, this would light the fuse for Jamie Atkins. 2 darts, a double 16. And Richie Howson is the ultimate legend of the Super Series.
Is the Richie Howson!
It's Monday morning here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and the action is about to get underway here in week 10. So strap yourselves in, welcome along to the action. You're joining us live here on Pluto TV. Hello, good morning, welcome along to the action. The former Legends League winner Richie Howson is back here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, looking to pick up his first Modus Super Series weekly title in his first tilt of 2026. We're going to be watching all the action on this Monday morning in the company of the former Players Champion, the asset, Paul Nicholson. Nico, great to see you once again. And I think it's fair to say, when you looked at last week and you saw the likes of Jack Drayton, who was second on the Dev Tour to merit, you saw Joe Hunt, who was top of the Challenge Tour. This week perhaps presents a bit more of an opportunity for one or two players that have knocked on the door but not been able to cross the line yet.
Yeah, I get the feeling that someone like Brian Raman or maybe even Richie Howson, they'll be looking at this week's field thinking, this is a week that I can definitely win. But there are people out there who you just can't forget about. People like Chaz Barstow. This looks like a very Chaz Barstow kind of week. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with him later on. But Group A is really interesting because I don't think there's a clear favourite.
Well, Saturday night, Jack Drayton on debut picked up his first weekly title. And you just tell with his attributes, the way he played, just everything that he did in the way that he went about his business, Nico. There's a feeling that this lad could really head to the top of this game.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people talking about Jack right now. It's not just people here at the Modus Super Series, but everywhere around this sport, they're saying Drayton is for real. But hands up in the air if you knew much about him in December of last year, which is only 3 months ago. And there are lots of people who would have to put their hand in the air and say, I didn't know anything about him. But now everybody knows because of the wins over the last month on the development tour, Isle of Man, and now here at the Modus Super Series, he's for real. And Champions Week is not far away.
I was speaking to Scott Mitchell on Saturday night, and we were kind of talking about the similarities between Jack Drayton and the reigning champion of this, Charlie Manby, in the respects of Charlie came off the back of a reputation on something that he did on the Dev Tour, came here, he lit the place up. Jack Drayton's done something similar.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way, doesn't it? I mean, it's an incredible series when you think about when Steve Green was winning week 1. We didn't really know where it was going to go from there. When Keanu won week 2, we thought this is going to be the series of the underdog, but everything's changed since then. Who's won since? People who have won before, people who have got incredible reputations. But now, over the last couple of weeks, it's about the rising stars coming to the fore. It's a really exciting middle of April we've got coming.
Yeah, Cosmopolitan. Do you know what? I can't even say the word. I'm just going to move on. This is how this week looks. Group A features someone on the other end of the experience scale, adding to the cosmopolitan mix. That was what I was trying to say. Richie Howson's in action. With Brian Raman, we don't know what's going to happen. Group B, Devon Peterson returns alongside Chaz Barstow and Graham Jenkins. The son of Terry is in action in Group C. So this is how the odds look, and Richie Howson goes off the favourite 3-1. But I get the sense this is the type of week where maybe we're looking at each way value. And I don't know about you, but someone who strikes me at 6-1 is Johnny Barnes.
Yeah, I totally understand that, because if you look at the amount of traffic on social media for ADC localised play, and Johnny Barnes has been having a lot of pictures taken of him with a tablet in front of him after winning. So it'll be interesting to see where Johnny is at the end of the week. I think he's going to make Saturday and potentially cause a bit of an upset, but Brian Raman being at 10-1 compared to Jesus Salate on debut at 7s, that strikes me as a bit strange.
And if you fancy an each way punt, it is 18+, and it is gambleaware.org. Right, let's get into the action. Game 1 of the morning is a meeting between Richie Howson and Jamie Atkins, the two bookmakers' favourites in the markets. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with the Owl to get his assessment ahead of this week. Richie, great to see you back here at the Super Series. How about you looking forward to the next few days?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, I'm glad to be back here. And not a lot of good things got off the board last couple of months. So hopefully I can get my head sorted this week and crack on.
In some ways, this is a nice distraction. And actually, is it a chance for you just to put your darts back to almost a ground zero basis?
Yeah, that's it. I've got no expectations this week. Great bunch of lads in there, so I'm going to enjoy it and hopefully I'll play all right.
You've been here a few times before. You've been in Group A a few times before. Is it just a case of just building as the week goes on? Hopefully go off to a good start today and just use that as fuel moving forward. Yeah,
to be honest with you, I normally start okay. I've won Group A a few times and have a good first days. But as I say, I'm not sure what I'm expecting this week, but I've got all week, so I'll build myself into it if it's not great to start with. Of
course, we saw you in the Legends League around about this time last year, but still yet to get that elusive first Super Series title. Is that something that plays on the mind a little bit?
It don't play on my mind, but I really, really would like to win one. And it's just getting harder and harder. The standard is just absolutely unbelievable now. It's like being on a pro tour sometimes. So it is going to be hard, but that's the main thing I'm trying to do, yeah. Is it nice to have a little dabble with the top boys at this end of the sport? Oh, of course it is, yeah. I mean, there's nothing better than playing people that are playing high quality darts. So, yeah, it's good. Wish you all the best to go well, Richie. Good luck today. Thanks, Henry. Thank you.
Always great chatting with Richie, spending time with Richie. It's going to be great to see him in action over the course of the next 6 days or so. He kicks things off with a meeting against Jamie Atkins, who is still looking for that elusive first weekly win here at the Live Lounge in Port. So he's knocked on the door a couple of times without any kind of tangible success. And to Richie Howson, he has won here in the Legends League, but that's a specials week. Beat a certain Steve B. And I suppose if you're going to win the Legends League, then you have to beat one of the ultimate legends in the sport. Up against Jamie Atkins, the 37-year-old from Warwick in the Midlands. Former runner-up, that in Series 9, Week 7. Lost to a certain John Henderson on that particular occasion. And that was some night, some cast list that week that he battled past to get to that weekly final. There's Anton Mays, the referee for this morning's action, and probably the smuggest man in Portsmouth this morning.
First leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, Henry. I don't think we should talk about football today. Let's talk about darts. Let's forget about the football at the weekend. Let's just focus on one dart at a time, shall we?
Yeah, I'm sure Richie Howson doesn't want to talk about the football either because it didn't go quite so well for the Hammers, losing 2-0 to Aston Villa.
134.
You're right about Richie, though. When it comes to this place, he would dearly like to get that weekly title, to have a crack at Champions Week.
100.
But I suppose we all have license now to look forward to Champions Week because it's not that far away. This is week 10. We've got 3 more qualifying weeks.
60.
And then it's the big dance. The middle of April to see who will be the first series champion of 2026.
Well, it's an opportunity for somebody to lay down a marker.
95.
What heads towards the midway point of the season, the first major title on the amateur side of the sport to be dished out. And it's an opportunity for somebody to do something tangible on the big stage.
We've seen a number of events on the Women's Series, the Challenge Tour, the Dev Tour, and of course the WDF circuit as Atkins piles in the first big 180 of the week. But it'll be the first opportunity for somebody to win something of a major
100.
essence in
Jamie
front of the
require
TV cameras on
127.
this side of the sport in 2026.
Howson is going to get a look at this big
59.
finish.
Richie require 161.
I don't think Atkins has got much rust on him, leaving 68 after 12. It's not a bad start at all.
85. Jamie, you require 68.
Well, 68 for Jamie to take a 1-0 lead. 2 fours.
No
Plus the score presents Howson with an opportunity to
Richie, you require
hang on
76.
to his throw.
Nobody expects that to happen when you fit treble 21st on 68. And the next thing that happens
Game
is
shot on
Howson
the
takes
first
out his
leg,
2-darter
Richie
and
Howson.
flips the script. This is a really apt day.
Second leg is
Henry,
Jamie
because
to throw first.
This being the
Game
start of
on.
week 10, it always reminds me of Series 9 and 10. Because week 10 was won on both occasions
97.
by David Davies. And he would make the Champions Night both times in the series where he won the weekly title. And coincidentally, it's David's birthday today, so many happy
100.
returns to Di. But I get the feeling that week 10 might just have a little bit of a say in Champions Week again.
46.
It has done in the past. Luke Littler has won from week 10. That was in Series 3. Jim McEwen won from week 10 in Series 5. Tom Seitz got to the final from week 10 in Series
24.
6.
Marvin van Velsen won the title from week 10. That was in Series 8. But the thing that really got my attention this morning,
100.
looking at the numbers, is that out of 12 series we've completed, 8 week 10 winners made Champions Night. That's a big number. And that's a big shot.
180.
Now, I'm nowhere near any kind of professional dart player, as you know. However, if I was to handpick a portion of the
60.
series that I'd want to play in, week 9 to week 11 would be the portion I would want to. You're fresh, you're in winning form, but you also get that little bit of a break. And we've spoken to players at 1 week 12.
59.
Chris Mason, Jared Cole,
Scott Taylor.
and they're cooked by the end of it. Absolutely cooked. Hendo was absolutely flat out when he won week 12. Had to come back on the
81.
Monday.
Richie
He didn't
require
want to play on the Monday.
138.
Simple as that. But he had to. Wanted a couple of days off, and you couldn't blame him.
And I'm absolutely with you. If you're going to cherry pick a week to play it, week 10 is the week you
60.
want. Win the
Jamie
week,
require
get 2 weeks off,
117.
come back and have a crack. 57 for tops. 2.5 minutes ago, we were thinking
Richie
about Atkins
requires
taking the lead, and now he
78.
might be 2-0 down.
How quickly they turned the tables. However, that slip meant that Howson had to find a treble there with Dart 2, was unable to get, and so Atkins will return for 60
38.
to
Jamie, you
square the
require
contest
60.
up at 1 apiece. Is that awkward?
Shouldn't be.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's more awkward
Jamie Atkins.
if it was about 1.5 centimetres lower, because then the flight is in direct path
Third
to
leg
the
is
tops. If
Richie
it's a
to
little
throw
bit higher,
first.
the flight
Game
can be
on.
a bit more out the way. Howson doesn't have that problem on 60 because of the way his darts lay down.
134.
I don't know about you, Henry, but I can't pick a favourite for this group this week.
56.
I actually can't pick a favourite for the week. I think there's so much opportunity out here for the 12 players who've taken their invitations to week 10.
140. 58.
Howson should be leaving a finish from this point. And there you have it. He is going to leave a finish. They've got a 180 each in this first game. Are we getting more?
140.
Not yet.
Well, 140 leads Howson on 87 after 9. This by far the best leg we've seen so far in this contest. Well, Jamie got off to a positive start, but
Richie, you require
having missed those
87.
opportunities in leg 1, he's not been able to recover whatsoever. And so Howson doesn't have to chase the bullseye here. Went across for the 18s with 70 left.
55.
And will return, leaving 32 after 12 to go 2-1 to the good.
You just get the feeling that the 76 checkout in the first leg has given Richie a little bit of confidence.
59. Richie, you require 32.
Sometimes that's all it takes.
Game
Right
shot
in
on
the top
third
bins
leg,
again.
Richie Howson.
That's exactly what he did on double 8 for that 76 earlier on.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Well, bookmakers favourite to win this week. And Richie's the type of player, he's never going to look at numbers, he's never going to look at averages. He'll just deal with the points that he's got on the board.
91.
Nothing more, nothing less.
I actually think it's harder to gauge Richie's form these days because he doesn't play Challenge Tour. He's not gunning for a tour card.
100.
He plays darts as a hobby, and he doesn't have the benefit of seniors darts anymore. So trying to find what kind of form he's in is a lot trickier than, say, trying to
60.
get the form of Jesus Salate, who's going to make his debut here today, or even someone like Brian Raman.
Well, he's the type of player now where the
40.
Vault system, the Vault series, is going to be the sole basis of what we see him do in terms of competitive stuff. He'll dabble in a few bits here, and I know he so desperately wants that
58.
elusive first weekly title here. He's picked up the Legends League. Pete Steve being in the final of that in January last year. But he's hit the post on a number of occasions in terms
59.
of winning a weekly title here at the Super Series. Runner up on a couple of occasions. In Series 6, lost in the final to
100.
Andreas Harrison. In Series 8, lost in the final to Steve West. So a number of semi-final appearances, including on his last trip here in Series 12, Week 3, a week which was won by
60.
Neil Duff, who beat Nathan Potter in the final. In fact, Nathan Potter was a bit of an anomaly in the final for that week, because the other player who made it through to the semis was a certain Michael Huntley.
92.
And Nathan Potter and Neil Duff have done rather well in this series. They're both going to Champions Week, so they could be on a collision course once again.
140.
Howson
Jamie, you
wouldn't mind
require
joining them.
100.
In 2 and a bit weeks' time. You don't go tops here, because that was a delicious marker, unfortunately not used by Jamie.
60.
That's a lovely last dart.
Richie, you require 102.
Richie's got a chance of a 2-leg cushion.
Double 18. Clinical. Clinical from the Owl.
Richie Howson.
And there was almost a feeling when that first dart hit the treble, that was going. And that is the first ton top of the week.
Fifth
Hand
leg,
on
it's
heart.
Richie to throw first.
Was he going for
Game
the
on.
6, or was he going for the 10? Or is he one of those people who goes for the wire in between the two?
He does have a
100.
penchant for double 18. However, we also know his efficiency when it comes to the double 16. However, there wasn't really much of a flinch, was there?
No, there wasn't. That's true.
44.
I just get the feeling because he spent a lot of time in this game in the bottom left corner that the leave of double 16 was natural.
100.
But there's something that a lot of people tend to forget on the 10 or a 6 shot. Let's say you go for a 10 and you pull it low and it's in a 15. You don't have a shot, do you? You go for a 6, you might overshoot it and go into a 13 where you don't have a shot at double. One of the benefits of going for the 10 or the 6 is that you're actually going for an area of the board where you're pretty much guaranteed to leave a double of some description. Even if you pull it inside into the treble 6, you've got a double. Same goes for treble 10.
137.
Always leaving yourself with possibilities.
Yeah, it makes sense. And yet it doesn't make sense because you're actually you're aiming for something that might deny you a shot, which is the wire.
98.
But on these modern dart boards, you could throw a million darts and not have a bounce out.
Well, in the previous leg, Richie Howson got a 102. If he inverts it and finds a 120, he wins the opening match of the week. It's been a solid enough display. Good enough for starters. But he's not going to find back-to-back ton plus checkouts. And
44.
Jamie Atkins has been kind of restricted to opportunities like this.
I said earlier in the game, he didn't look like he had any rust on him. It's been rather rusty since. Until now.
140.
And that might be the last shot he gets in this game.
Richie requires
Howson
76.
is looking for a bookend shot.
The 76 got things started for the Owl. And if he finds double top, the 76
and a
finish will
match
bring the
for
game
Richie
to a
Howson.
close. And what a performance that was, particularly on the doubling. 4 out of 5 on the outer ring, including a 102, including a couple of 76 finishes. And Richie Howson, the bookmaker's favourite for the week, is up and running with a victory. Don't read too much in terms of the scoring in that, but the finishing was absolutely delightful. Coming up next, here's a Salate takes on Neil Wild. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Richie Howson get the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 1. Game 2 sees us make a little bit of history here at the Live Lounge in Porto, because Jesus Salate will become the first ever Argentinian player to play here at the Modus Super Series. Really burst onto the scene at the World Cup last year. Actually based in Malaga in Spain, played at the World Championship back in December, losing out to Ryan Meikle in the first round. Up against the 46-year-old Neil Wild from Wolverhampton in the Midlands, making his debut in this competition. Made his big stage debut at the UK Open earlier on this month, having won a PDC in the community qualifier. And as you can see on the back of his shirt, he's born to be wild. But I had a chat with Neil earlier on this morning. He said, the only thing wild about me is my last name. He's one of them people, he just enjoys
First leg, it's Jesus to throw
just
first.
the quiet things in life.
Game on.
But very much enjoying being back into the sport again. Took a bit of a break. Played in Players' Championship events around 2007 time, but then took a break for about 10, 15 years. His
100.
kids were big football fanatics, and so they used to travel up and down, taking them to training sessions, taking them to matches, and then started playing again just before COVID. Then COVID hit, and has been dabbling in and out the sport, but taking it really seriously again over the course of the last 9 months or so. And actually, you look at the numbers he's been punching in across various circuits.
100.
You can translate that to the big stage. It could be a bit dangerous this week, Nico.
We're always keen to see new players here, to see what they can do. And obviously, we want to find out about their story.
100.
It's always interesting to see somebody return to darts, isn't it? When you play at the top level, it's almost as if you're pigeonholed as someone who has to be a pro
26.
until the point where you say you want to retire. But there are lots of players who dip in and out of the sport many, many times. The fact that Neil is back is a great thing.
118.
As to why he's back, could be drive, could be I can do this against the best, could be a financial motivation. There are so many reasons to get into darts, and that's not one of them.
20.
That is a little bit unfortunate, to say the least.
And I know we spoke about it last week, players like Jack Drayton and Joe Hunt who have realistic ambitions of plying their trade on the Pro Tour next year. But you've also got to be realistic as to the level we're at. And for players like Neil Wild, this might well be the thing that they aspire to want to be to. They've got no ambition to go and be amongst the 128. They just enjoy doing this. They enjoy playing on the ADC stuff, maybe dabbling in a bit of WDF, and then playing here is their big major, their big moment in the year.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Almost a shot at tops for his first Ton Plus checkout. That will have to wait.
But solid enough opening leg. However, Salate putting in a 140 there has
Neil, you require 75.
left himself on 74 and pressurised this 75, and this for an opening leg break.
It is tops after all.
Game shot in the
he
first
shuffles his way
leg.
to get that
Neil
75
Wild.
away and a 1-0 lead. Now, I don't know if you've noticed this, Henry, but there's something about Neil's throw
Second
that
leg is
reminds me
Neil
of
to
Jockey
throw
Wilson.
First. Game
Very
on.
compact, throwing upwards because he's not the tallest. And sometimes there's a little bit of a throtch. So I'm getting Jockey Wilson vibes.
45.
Well, it's the other side of the coin. You look at Jesus. That's the type of thing that would go into a coaching manual, isn't it?
Pretty much.
140.
Yeah, that is a wonderful throw that he has. It's no wonder that his Argentinian team, including himself and Victor Grillen last year, took out New Zealand and Finland to make it through to the last 16, where they were unfortunately toppled by the Australians. Simon Whitlock and Damon Heta.
60.
That could be the last time that Whitlock and Heta play with each other at the World Cup.
Well, we're not going to see them together for the next couple of years because Adam Leake has that privilege. But here is the wild throw.
100.
He said there was nothing wild about him apart from his surname. Well, there's a little bit of a wild action, isn't there? You look at that right shoulder of Salate. It's in a lovely
45.
position, as is the right elbow. Pushes the dart through, but this throw, it can be a little bit more violent. That was quite smooth, though. But it's that last one where the
60.
hand isn't fully out there. The elbow isn't fully extended. It's just a bit more of a push.
$100.
This is a good visit.
139.
Interestingly, from
Jesus, you require
201,
156.
Wild went for the treble 19 to try and lead double 12, whereas Salate from 214 in the previous leg tried to get a max to lead double 17. So we'll have to watch out for the counting of the
43.
Argentinian.
Nil, you require 62.
Route 1. Well, it's double top.
Game.
And that's
shot
2
on the
0 Neil
second
Wilder.
leg.
2
Neil
decent legs
Wild.
back to back. 6 visit range. And in this format, if
Third
you can
leg,
keep
it's
plodding
Jesus to
along,
throw first.
averaging 83 and a
Game on.
half, you will get success here. Okay, at times you're going to have to up it, of course you will. But if that's your default, you're going to be there or thereabouts.
It's a good performance to put in round 1 on a Monday morning, because you might just catch somebody cold. Although Portsmouth right now is not particularly cold.
60.
Weather over the last few days has been glorious.
Yeah, beautiful weather for sunbathing here on the south coast.
I'm not sure that Jesus would agree. He's from Malaga, where it's sunny about 350 days a year.
45.
If the sun's out, Nico, the guns are out. Just don't do what I did last year and wear sunglasses when
60.
sunbathing, because you look rather stupid when you have to go on camera later. And before you mention, yeah, it's no different to usual.
I didn't say a word.
60.
I saw your face.
We saw yours too.
$46.
Wild seems to have tapered off a little bit in the scoring stakes in this third leg. Jesus has got to make hay while the sun is shining. That is a very, very good throw.
100.
It's about as smooth as Gabriel Batistuta's ponytail.
He's left himself here on 156 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
Jesus, you require 156.
And the other thing that has to be said as well, and this might, and I don't want this to come across as an
95.
ignorantly flippant comment that I'm making here, but we've mentioned times, haven't we, when players have come from areas of the world where the game isn't as developed as maybe it is in mainland Europe and maybe to a certain extent in the United
30.
States.
Jesus, you
We
require
sometimes
61.
see throwing actions, or we see some areas of the game a little bit off kilter. Not with Jesus. As you say, that throw is absolutely spot on. But the double 18 wasn't spot on there.
Yeah, not quite, but he is coming back. I'm fascinated
100.
about what darts is
Jesus,
like
you
in
require
South America.
36.
It is a continent where he has won
Game shot
on
the
the
third leg.
CDLC
Jesus
tour.
Salate.
And he's won his first leg on the stage just there on that double 18. So he's in the game
Fourth
now.
leg, it's nil to throw
He's won
first. Game on.
in the Bahamas. He has won in Chile, in Santiago twice. And he's also won in Panama City. Like you so eloquently put to me this
45.
morning, Henry. It sounds a lot better than Barnsley and Wigan.
Yeah, but Panama City has something that...
100.
Sorry, Barnsley has something that Panama City has never got, and that is the Metrodome.
I'm sure they've got their own Metrodome somewhere.
100.
Who knows? Maybe Panama City is the Barnsley of Panama.
I don't think those two cities have ever been compared to one another before, and I don't think they ever will be
They
again.
have now.
But as we mentioned in terms of Jesus coming from Argentina, it's an area of the world, South America, which is growing all the time. The CDC are doing some great work with darts in Latin America to try and grow that on a similar scale to which they've grown darts in North America. And it is going to take time because it's not a mainstream sport, so to say.
Yeah, it's very fair statement because remember the first night that we were here? September 3rd, 2022. We had a South American player here on that night in Diogo Portela from Brazil. Now, what Diogo tried to do with Brazilian darts was admirable.
135.
He fought tooth and nail to put Brazilian darts on the map. Unfortunately, it seems as if it's gone by the wayside now. And it looks like Argentina have got a really good chance of taking over
140.
as the leading nation in South American darts.
Well, Wild isn't going to take out the 125, so I'll take back for the 160 to turn a 2-0 deficit into a 2-2 scoreline. Another one of them. Gets it, double top. Stupendous from Salate. Well, he's certainly arrived now, hasn't he? The first ever Argentinian player to play on the live lounge stage. And for 2-0 behind, he is level at 2 apiece.
I guess the saying is very incorrect then. You do win friends with Salate.
45.
That's a great shot, isn't it? How many 160s have we seen this morning, by the way? We've seen that one live on Pluto TV, and we've also seen plenty in the lead-up with our video package at the start of the show. Seems like 160 shots are all about week 10.
Well, I remember last week me and Trina were talking in commentary in Group A. We had every single one of what we've decided to call the Big Finish bingo card. So 160, 161, 164... 167 and 170 of the Big Finish bingo card. The only one we didn't see in Group A last week was the 167.
85.
I reckon you can get on board with that, the Big Finish bingo card.
Oh, yeah. You could have Big Fish bingo as well.
87.
How many players get a 170 finish over the course of a 3-month period? Look at last season on the Pro Tour, even here at the Modus Super Series.
100.
Not everybody gets a 170 finish. Some people have got a knack for getting many of them, like Nathan Aspinall.
And in this building, Scott Taylor,
60.
who has 7 170s in his time playing here at the Super Series. And he's got an opportunity to get more because he's playing at Champions Week in 3 weeks' time.
I'm going to be really interested to see what Salate does here. This is where we learn about players when they're on certain numbers. And that tells me something, that maybe
60.
Jesus is not the best tactician.
And again, I don't want this to sound stereotypical, but we've seen it from other areas of the world, again, which are developing.
100.
One of the things that tends to come last can sometimes be the mathematical element.
We'll just keep an eye on that over the course of the next few hours.
60.
But if you're on 268 in a game that's very tight like this, when your opponent is better off, you can't afford to make mistakes like that.
Well, I think what we learned from this game so far
51.
is Devon Peterson's Darts Mass DVDs haven't stretched to South America just yet.
Interesting. He didn't go for the second 60. Was it because it was a little bit too low for his liking? It wasn't.
136. Neil, you require 40.
What more is there to say?
Game shot on the
We
fifth
shall say that
leg,
that
Neil
is a
Wild.
20-dart break of throw, and Neil Wild is on the cusp of his first victory here.
Sixth leg is Neil to throw first. Game on.
Jesus Salate plays darts like Mike Bassett manages football teams. Route one and just lump it on the treble 20.
100.
Some people like to play the game in a very simple way. They don't like to be too dynamic.
Well, Martin Adams has said a fair few things about the game of darts,
60.
and one of them was, well, why am I going down to the 19s when I aim at the treble 20 all leg? Now, I'm sure there's many people that will argue the point.
85.
But Jesus very much in the camp of, I aim at treble 20, I'm staying at treble 20.
I totally get it. At this level, maybe you don't have to be the most
45.
dynamic player. But take, for example, Luke Humphries yesterday winning his 9th European Tour event in Belgium. At that level, you have to be dynamic to get the shots.
180.
And a shot Wild will get to win this game 4-2. Could be another combination for him.
This should win him some aura points.
121. Neil, you require
We'll get to that.
136.
And Wild is going to get to a double, but when? When he comes back.
100.
That's a guarantee.
$55. Neil, you require 36.
Double 18 for the match and for a debut win for Neil Wild. Doesn't have to go for double 9 if he doesn't want to, but perseveres. And then finds a way
Shot
through
on the match,
and gets
Neil
a
Wild.
debut win on the live lounge stage. A beaming smile on the face of Neil Wild, and of course there will be. He's been looking forward to this since November. An average of just under 81, 4 from 7 on the doubles. It was efficient. Jesus Salate had a little bit of a flurry towards the middle of the match. He had the 160 checkout, but it's Neil Wild who wins by 4 legs to 2. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Neil Wild on debut got the better of Jesus Salate by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us, 2 players we've seen before here at the Live Lounge. Zeverboom, the 35-year-old from Rotterdam, who most recently played at the ADC Global Championship, returns up against Brian Raman, the 29-year-old from Antwerp in Belgium, a twice-weekly runner-up, and a man that you can always question what's he going to do next, and no matter whatever crazes you think is around the corner, you are still left perplexed. And he was telling me earlier on this morning, Brian, that he travelled over late yesterday, was commentating at the weekend on the
First leg.
European Tour in Visa.
Game on.
Very much on our side of the sport nowadays.
60.
Very much enjoying his commentary work, he was telling me earlier on this morning. But what are we going to see in terms of the darts? Well, the early indications are very good.
Yeah, another successful event in Belgium over the
54.
weekend, where Luke Littler didn't win for the first time. He was defeated by Neil Zonneveld, who's in a really
125.
good vein of form at the minute. And he's en route to Blackpool for the first time. So well done to Niels.
84.
Well, a player we've always known has had ability, Neil Zonneveld, but I suppose a little bit like Luke Woodhouse over the course of the last couple of years, really seeing it come to the fore now.
Very much so. There was a time where we thought we'd see Niels here.
100.
It's not
Brian, you
gonna
require
happen.
96.
But I think very strongly
88.
that when you look at the 12 players who are here this week, there is one person who genuinely believes that he has to win this week.
41.
And that's
Brian,
Brian.
you require 8. Game shot
That
on the
is a
first leg.
wonderful
Brian
start
Raman.
in 13 darts. I don't know what you feel about that, Henry, but I genuinely think that
Second
when
leg
he
is
looks at
Brian's.
this Group
Throw
A,
first.
he
Game
will
on.
believe that he has to win Group A. He'll believe he's in the best form.
135.
And I'm also looking at Brian as well and kind of speaking to him and kind of getting the gist. It's the first time in a while he
134.
hasn't spoken about injury. I know he's had his problems in terms of his shoulder in recent times. I don't know whether he's completely pain-free. I'm sure he'll let us know before
59.
too long because we know he watches these games back. But just looks as if his game's in a good place right now.
96.
I think sometimes, in some weird way, when Brian plays his best darts, sometimes when he just lies himself a little bit under the
58.
radar.
And you know you've got your tungsten teasers,
Yes.
and there will be one coming up around game 8.
95.
Yes.
I think we should bring something else in, just because Brian's here this week.
180.
And it's not those, of which there will be plenty if he's throwing this way. We're going to have Riddle of the Day.
40. Brian, you require 69.
That comes in the next leg. Wow, that nearly bust the score.
63.
He's got some
The rest
vigour
of
in this
you require
first game, hasn't he?
136.
Pep in the step, however. ZZ looking to find someone to really
96. Brian, you
spring
require
himself
6.
into life as the man looks at 2 threes.
That's an
Game shot on
extraordinary
the
dart.
second leg. Brian Raman.
Maybe really good for him that the second dart wasn't as high as the first, because if it was, he probably wasn't going to hit
Third
that.
leg is
But that's a
Sarasota
wonderful
to throw
shot.
first. Game on.
So here's the riddle. Which letter of the alphabet has the most water?
96.
Is it O?
100.
Because you've got H2O.
Incorrect.
134.
Is it C?
It is C.
By the way, that was
140.
drip fed to me by my director Simon, who's in my ear right now.
I'm sure it'll be a better one tomorrow, because as the week goes on, they will get
95.
harder and harder. As may the darting action too, because everybody shakes off a little bit of rust at the start of their darting week,
91.
and then by the time they come to Saturday, they usually play their best. That is definitely the case last week for Joe Hunt.
91. Brian, you
Yeah,
require
Monday was a write-off.
170.
And then he made it through to the semi-finals come Saturday. Raman not going to take out the 170. Zeverboom returning for
59.
85
So
to
you
get himself on
require
the board. Not really
85.
spoken about Cerezo yet in this game. That will change. Can he get into the game? The bullseye just wide.
60. Brian, you require 111.
What a
Game
shot.
on the third leg.
That is a
Raman.
real steal, but a clever one. And I think you enjoyed that.
Fourth leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
By the way, I don't know what your flag knowledge is like.
Mm-hmm.
What's the flag
60.
on Zeverboom's shirt?
135. $97. $140.
Definitely seems to be warming up in this game. Give himself a chance to get that third leg.
100.
But now he's at the point of no return in this first game of his week. Zeverboom's averaging 91 and he's had one
96.
dart a double. This is a really good 96 average from Brian. It's not even his
92.
most
So
dynamic
require
of performances.
130.
It's just been really efficient. It's a chance. He's going to have to go for the ball. He can't lay up.
105. Brian, you require 152.
Interesting.
95. So you require 25.
Gotta go. Can't miss. Yeah, you fear the worst now
17.
because Raman
Brian, you
on
require
doubles has been really
57.
dependable.
3 from 7 on the outer ring, average just under 96. And this to put the cap on it, double 10. Unable to get.
37. So you require 8. Game shot on the fourth
Still in the
leg.
game.
Zeverboom.
And you never know what could happen next. If there's one thing we learned from Premier League darts
Fifth
last
leg, it's
Thursday,
Zereso to throw first.
it's that
Game
there's
on.
no guarantee that you're going to cross the line. Ask Gezi Price.
And it's interesting, when we looked at the open
58.
nature of this group, ZZ was the outsider at 33-1. He was the outsider to win the week as well. 50-1 full dart was thrown this morning.
140.
Now, we were having a little bit of a chat earlier on this morning with a couple of people in our production team this week, and there's 1 or 2 that
60.
reckon ZZ could be an outsider that could upset 1 or 2 over the course of the next 6 days.
Yeah, but to what level?
60.
Can he upset the people who are likely to win this week, or is he just going to upset the apple cart once he's already
60.
eliminated from making Saturday? I realistically think that if ZZ makes Saturday, that's a win in itself for him. He's been here before, multiple times. He played at the ADC Global as well at the back end of 2025.
59.
I think what he wants from this week is a little bit of progression.
140.
Brian just wants the points.
58. Brian, you require 62.
Points he could get if he hits tops.
Game shot.
And the game
match.
is
Brian
his.
Raman.
That's a stunning performance to start Monday morning off, because he is the best performer of everybody who has just played in their first game. He was up against Zeverboom, but it was that man in green who did that. 4 legs to 1, an excellent 2 points in the bank. And when we come back, it's round 2.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed a round's worth of play on this Monday morning. And before the break, we saw Brian Raman get the better of Zeverboom by 4 legs to 1. Good performance out from Brian, average of just underneath 94.5, couple of 180s in there, 4 from 10 on his doubles and a 111 finish to boot. So a decent start for the Belgian. Next up for us, 2 players looking to get their first win on the board as Jamie Atkins and Jesus Salate go head-to-head. Jamie lost out 4-1 to Richie Howson in the first round's worth of fixtures, averaging 81.86. 1 from 4 on the doubles. As for Jesus, did take out a 160 finish, but all in all, an average of 77.5. 2 from 4 on the doubles, was outplayed for large swaves against Neil Wild. Had a little portion in the middle of the match where he came back from 2-0 down to square up at 2 apiece, but Neil would win the last 2 of the contest to wrap up a debut win for him. And so the question is, Nico, who can respond the strongest?
Based on experience, you'd have to go with Jamie. But Jesus has got levels. You look at some of the games that he's played in the last 12 months.
88 check.
When he was winning titles in Latin America. I mean, there's some good performances in there. In particular, a final in Santiago, Chile, where he beat Norman Madu 6-0 with a 90 average. The game is in there. It's just about working on it enough in a competitive environment
45.
so that you can get some information about how to move forward. And this is exactly what he needs.
I'd say this is the perfect stepping stone. Yes, he's played at the Ali Pali, and yes, he's played at the World Cup.
43.
But he's kind of gone to that fast-track stage of playing stuff on the floor and then straight into the real big stuff.
Yeah, that's true. He played Ryan Meikle at the World Championship, and I'm sure that was a bit of a baptism of fire. But that came after success at the World Cup in pairs. So it's not like he didn't have any exposure to big stage darts before playing at the Worlds. And I'm sure his ambition is to get back there in December to play in a slightly larger room. Because 2025/26, so one door shut
57.
and another door opened, because they're looking at expanding the World Championship sessions up to almost double.
It's going to be one darty party. Is he going to leave double one here? He is going to divert in the end, but just for a second it looked like we were going to see the biggest finish and the smallest finish on the board perhaps be put on the table by both players. Atkins unable to take out the 170. Salate looking at 52 to get the break.
This is the finish where you can genuinely tell what people want to leave.
Game shot on the first leg.
There's nothing wrong with his tops. And his shirt's pretty good too.
Second leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
But that's the thing. If you want to find out if someone is a double 16 person or a double top person or even a double 18 person, just say to them, take 52 out then, and you see where they go.
81.
And in fairness, his finishing wasn't the issue in his game against Neil Wild. If anything, it was the fact that his scoring wasn't quite up to scratch, which kind of left him behind the 8 ball for
96.
the most part of that contest.
It is a World Cup year, and I don't mean darts, I mean football. Do you think that Argentina are going to defend their title, Henry?
96.
I've put my colours to the mast, and I think it's very difficult for a European side to win it. I think Argentina and Brazil have got a brilliant chance. They may not have the best squad that they've ever had. And you make an argument that Brazil maybe go into it with maybe one of the weaker squads they've gone into a World Cup with. But the conditions, I think the coaches at both sides, particularly Brazil, Ancelotti, I think both of them two have got an incredible chance of winning the World Cup. As Salate looks at the 164 to add to the 160, not to be on this occasion.
136.
You were hopeful there, weren't you? Adding another score to your Big Fish Bingo?
Yes.
Big Finish Bingo, sorry.
The Big Finish Bingo card.
Not the Big Fish Bingo.
89.
Big Finish
required 28.
Bingo card. It's not in the way. was a perfect marker.
Game shot on the second leg. Jesus
40
Salate.
darts are much more like it from Jesus Salate.
Well, the only thing I'm going to say is that first dart must have slipped out of his
Third
hand.
leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
When
Game
he's seen adversity already this morning, losing his first game, having 2 darts drop out of the board in the same visit, then that double 14 first dart,
140.
what has he not shown? Any anguish, any displeasure? He just gets up there and does his bits.
81.
Had a chat with Jesus this morning. Doesn't speak too much by way of English, and so actually what the players been doing in the practice, and they still trying to make it part of the conversations, but trying to speak a little bit more of a hand gesture. So he's in the room and he knows exactly what's happening, and I think it's something that we don't really talk about enough, because a lot of events are played in England, and for players that are coming from abroad, particularly for the first time, and maybe you don't know too much English, it can be a really daunting
85.
experience.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You go to certain parts of the world that don't historically have a lot of English speakers there.
59. Jamie, you require 155.
And you have to try and figure out it as an English-speaking person, and you understand more about what it's like for someone like Jesus coming here.
97.
Or Alexander Merckx, for example, who came here and barely spoke English for a week and still won. It can be a big, big thing for some people.
60.
They
Jamie,
might
you
feel
require
lost.
58.
Some people might use it as a secret weapon because they don't have to talk.
The Christopher Tysky keep myself to myself card.
38.
That's a perfect example. It's somewhat arrogant as well that we expect
100. Jamie,
all
you
these
require
players to
20.
speak perfect English when they don't. Because, let's face it, his English is probably better than
Game
our
shot on the
Spanish.
third leg. Jamie Atkins.
I wonder what Jamie's Spanish is like.
Fourth leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
He wouldn't be Jamie in Spain, he'd be Jaime.
Yeah, because the J in Spanish is softened. Same as the V is said as a B, isn't it?
140.
Well, here's a good example when it comes to darts and being somewhat lost in translation. That is very much a universal language in darts, isn't it? Hitting the 180, everybody knows that. And everybody can say 180 in English. But imagine what it's like if you've never been to Japan
100.
and you go to a Japanese darts tournament and you're surrounded by Japanese players and none of them speak English. It's like being on Mars in the best possible way.
140.
One of the things, if you want to be a great dart player, is you've got to take yourself out of your comfort zone. And that is outside of the UK, outside of Europe, go as far away from Europe as possible and find a darts tournament.
55.
Go to Chile, where this guy's won a couple of times, and try and figure it out over there. These opportunities are there for people. You might think as well with the CDLC, which is the Latin American tour formed by the Championship Darts Circuit.
25.
That it's just Argentina, Brazil, a couple of other countries. Well, Guyana, they've got players going. They've got people from Costa Rica, people from Chile.
100. Jamie, you require
I think it's a bit
156.
Then we know.
And very much in its infancy, and there's still a lot of things to be sorted out. So it'll be interesting to see what it's like in about 10 years' time. It's probably the fair sample size. And the other thing as well is you've got to think about in places like that.
106.
There's not much disposable income for a lot of people to go over to travel and commit to those events.
Absolutely not. It's a big commitment.
I mean, we speak about players finding it difficult to go to Barnsley or Wigan
58.
or Leicester.
Jamie, you require
Imagine
72.
being in Costa Rica and having to travel to Chile.
Imagine living in Malaga and having to go to Chile. Double six for Jamie.
Game.
He's
shot on
back
the
in this
fourth
game. He
leg.
was 2-0
Jamie
down.
Atkins.
Now we're all square. Yeah, I can't imagine it's cheap flying from southern
Fifth leg,
Spain
it's Jamie to throw first.
all the way to pretty much the southern
on.
tip of the world in South America.
Yeah, I'm not sure the Orange Airline's going to be offering half-price sales on that.
You can actually fly direct
57.
from London to Santiago, Chile. But I can inform you that it's not cheap. That's the level of sacrifice and commitment we're talking about for modern day dart players.
140.
You want to be successful? You're going to have to part with a little bit of money to try and get some more.
140.
Jamie really has got the knack of this game now. I would just climb to nearly 88. Jesus,
60.
just a little bit over 90 now. We could, in fact, see both players improving on their first game stats, but only one will prevail.
Yeah, it's a bit of a commitment.
98.
So I've just gone into a very popular flight search engine, and the cheapest ticket I can see from Malaga to Santiago Airport is 1,200 quid. You've got to fly
48.
from Malaga to Charles de Gaulle. That's a 2.5-hour flight. And then the next flight that's been punched in is a flight from Charles de Gaulle to SCL Santiago Arturo Merino Benitez Airport.
174.
And that is a 14.5-hour flight.
Sorry, what was the name of that place again?
140.
Santiago.
Jamie, you required 32.
Double 16 for 3-2.
Yeah,
13
shot on the
darts, a
fifth
really good leg.
Jamie
Atkins is beginning to up it here.
Isn't he just? That was a real thrust into
Sixth
that double
leg is
16
Jesus to
there.
throw
Beautifully
first.
thrown dart.
Game on.
Let's not forget Jamie Atkins, because he's a former England international. And he's someone who's made... I'm going to do this with inverted commas as well, because this is old school.
100.
He made the four-man team. That's what they used to call it when he used to qualify for the Europe Cup or the World Cup. In your England shirt, or your Scotland
96.
shirt, or your Wales shirt. If you were in the four-man team, you were effectively one of the four best players at that level.
180.
And let's not forget the sacrifice he's had to make to travel down the M40 to be here.
100.
That can be quite daunting when there's a bit of traffic.
Is he still managing a supermarket?
I don't know. I will check out.
100.
That's the whole point of this game, isn't it?
Whole point of his job as well, isn't it?
Maybe that's the reason he's into darts, because it's all about checkouts.
Well, at the moment, there's an unexpected
95.
scoreline
Jesus, you require 81.
Jesus Salate, because he's 3-2 down, but it could be 3-3 in a couple of moments. 78 remaining.
What's he going to do next? The right thing. At the right time as
shot on the
well.
sixth flag.
Beautifully
Jesus
crafted
Salate.
from Salate.
So, we go all the way.
Seventh and
To
deciding
a
leg
last
is
leg to decide.
Jamie.
Decent
to throw
game, this.
first.
Worst leg being the
Game
opener.
on.
That was only 17 darts. And that 12 darter there from Jesus Salate. The best we see, the first 4 visit leg we've seen in the contest.
97.
Atkins with the honour in the last.
Isn't it nice to have an England versus Argentina game played in a friendly manner? Nobody's calves are being kicked.
41.
I bet you wondered when that was going to be brought up. Hard to think that was 30 years ago nearly.
180.
That's all right. Jesus Salate is allowed hands of God.
45.
40 years ago this year.
Yeah, Mexico, wasn't it?
Mm.
You know who got Diego Maradona's shirt after that game? And
60.
subsequently sold it for millions later? Steve Hodge. He got Maradona's shirt in '86 in that famous quarterfinal. And he made more money from that shirt than he did from his playing career.
45. Jamie require 164.
Well, rumour has it, following the CAS ruling last week of Morocco being given the Africa Cup of Nations
28.
title, Peter Shilton has applied to have the World Cup result of 1986 overturned.
60.
I don't think Jamie Atkins wants this one overturned.
136.
He wants it rubber stamped. He wants to get 96 to lead tops now. And that is a distant memory.
26.
There might even be a route back into this game here for Salate. Hang on a minute.
140.
Things might change if Jamie's not careful.
Jamie require 110.
Salate is sneaking up on him. And he is going to get a look here at the biggest finish on the
50.
board. Has
Easy,
taken out to
require
160 already today.
170.
Can he win this game with the biggest finish of the lot?
He's not going to do it. But here's the thing. Jamie has scored
60.
76 points with
Jamie
his
requires
last
60.
2 visits. He's trundling towards the line.
Can he fall over it? Double 10. Yes, he
Shot
can.
And a match. Jamie
And for Jamie Atkins, he gets on the board, and that's the look of a relieved man, and perhaps a little bit of a frustrated man as well, because he played well for large swathes of the contest, but he knows he nearly found a way of letting it slip. But he does get the better of Jesus Salate by 4 legs to 3. Better performances for the pair, but it is Jamie Atkins who picks up his first points of the group. Coming up next, we're going to watch Brian Raman and Richie Howson go head-to-head. Welcome back. Before the break, Jamie Atkins got the better Jesus Salate by 4 legs to 3. Average of just under 90 for Jamie, 4 from 8 in terms of his finishing in that contest, and for him, a first win of the group. Game 5, Richie Howson and Brian Raman. 2 of the fancy players in this Group A. Howson went off the 6-4 favourite with the Oscar pilots to win the group, where we probably looked to the 11-2 of Brian Raman as a little bit of value before a dart was thrown this morning. Now, he was kind of playing things down. He was a little bit coy, wasn't he, this morning? Saying he's been commentating out in Belgium. He was on the Euro Tour at the weekend in Visa. Hasn't been practicing too much. Well, you know, sometimes they say the best thing you can do is have a bit of a rest. Well, maybe spending a bit of time in the commentary box and maybe not spending as much time as he would do hammering the practice board is doing in the world a good so far.
100.
If that first game is anything to go by, I think he's in pretty good shape. Having said that, at the Home Nation qualifier last week,
134.
he was beaten by Kim Huybrechts by 6 legs to 0. I'm sure that stung a bit, especially when Kim would go on to get some victories in the Belgian Darts Open at the weekend.
135.
And it's a question, actually, you're probably the best person to be sat next to answer, because you played a lot of top-level darts whilst you decided
59.
to dabble into the world of punditry and commentary. What is the juggle like?
The benefit of my experience in 2018, especially, is something that I'd like to write about one day, because
46.
I look back at that workload now and I wonder how I did it. Commentating on the Premier League for the radio, commentating on European Tour events.
85.
When I wasn't playing in them. I was involved in every European Tour event in 2018, either as a player or a commentator. Players' Championships, had to play in all of those.
140.
And I had this attitude of, when I'm playing darts, I'm getting a rest from commentary. When I'm commentating, I'm getting a rest from playing. But by the time the year was over,
83.
I was done.
Richie, you require 80.
$20 for double 20, and that's the perfect lie for Richie Howson.
Game
Nestles it over the top for 1-0. The Owl leads. He was 4 from 5 in his doubles in its opening game and pins that first time of asking there.
Second, I guess Richie to
so
throw
for
first.
today, he's 5
Game
from
on.
6. And poor old Jesus Salate, he is 5 from 8, and he hasn't got any points.
96.
Therefore, proving that you do need the scoring element as well as the accuracy on the doubles.
60.
So what you're saying is scoring isn't just for show?
No, it's not. It's needed.
$45.
And of course, if you hit a lot of 180s, you get extra aura points for that.
That's 2. That's 2 times you've mentioned the A word.
59.
Do you want to talk about that?
Shall we?
Yeah, I think we should.
Because I want to know what, maybe not so much of the comments that were made, but of Luke Humphrey's reaction to the comment that was made.
Right, let's make it about the Modus Super Series for starters. Brian Raman has got aura, hasn't he?
85.
Because of the shirt, the personality, and the way he plays. But Richie Howson is very, very different to Brian.
45.
Does that mean he hasn't got a different aura? Now, I'm going to be really honest about this. The person who brought it up is an idiot.
137.
It's that simple. Luke Humphreys is one of the most successful dart players of all time. And he does it with grace and class.
60. Brian, you require 160.
Also, I'm sure he doesn't mind the millions of pounds he's got in his wallet. Anyway, Brian O'Man looking at tops for the 160.
125. Richie, you require 170.
I don't think I've ever seen him miss tops by that much. In fact, I'm quite shocked that he didn't go for an 8.
60.
That would have been so Brian.
35.
I'll get the trebles and I'll lay up.
Game
Well, that
shot
felt
on the second
boringly
leg.
conventional for
Raman.
Brian there. One apiece.
I think sometimes we expect the
Third leg, it's
unexpected
Brian
from
to throw
Brian, but when he
first.
does that,
Game on.
we can't forget that he's just a simply very good dart player, former world #1 in the WDF system.
Was the #1 seed for the first ever
59.
WDF World Championship at Old Lake in 2022. We got through to the quarterfinals of that event, lost out to Richard Veenstra.
60.
And that was the night where Veenstra was just, that tournament, he was just on a different level, wasn't he? Had that 104 average against Luke Littler. And then in that game against Raman,
180.
well, Veenstra hit a few of them. And you may remember he missed double 12 for what would have been only the second Lakeside 9 darter.
100.
Would lose out to Neil Duff in the semi-finals before he would beat Thibaut Tricol in the final.
57.
Thibaut had a weekend, didn't he? Lost out to Dave Chisnell after drenching him in water.
60.
I wonder what the ambitions are for these guys this season. I think
100.
Richie would just like to succeed here, whereas Raman might be thinking grander. I don't mean that disrespectfully to the Modus Super Series. I'm saying he's not thinking about this week.
100.
I think he's thinking big
Brian, you
picture,
require 100.
as in winning a series this year.
We'll talk a bit more on the next leg. Treble 16 isn't got.
52.
But he's in a very good position to put himself 2-1-2 the good in this contest. Been decent, 90 average, has been efficient enough and more than good enough against Richie, who
100.
is averaging 80 pretty
Brian,
much
you
on the
require
nose.
48.
And so this for the advantage. And double 16
Game shot on the
sees
third
the
leg.
pole once
Brian
again.
Raman.
Well, it's interesting because I was having a chat with Brian earlier on this morning.
Fourth leg, it's Richie to
And-
throw first. Game on.
He said one of his biggest ambitions is to be a professional within this sport. What he means by professional, ideally as a player, but
100.
if it means a professional also means he does a bit more commentary work. There was news over the weekend of a new TV contract in Belgium. If he was able to do maybe a little bit more of that and be able to commit his full-time work to being involved within the industry of darts, that is, in his mind, a win for him.
Well, there's a lot of different avenues within this sport now. It's not
140.
like it was in 2005 when there weren't that many darts tournaments on TV. Darts is on pretty much every day of the
28.
year now on multiple networks. This is the perfect example of where darts is. This is a 24-hour darts channel. It is all-encompassing. And he's saying that he just wants to be part of the professional
81.
product, whether it's being an analyst, a commentator, a player, a coach, or something in production.
74.
He's going to hate me for bringing this up. But you look at Jared Cole, for example, who right now is in my ear spotting. But he decides, you know what? I've not been able to carve out the type of money I'd want to. I still need
122.
something feasible to keep me going. But actually, there might be another skill within this sport I might be able to hone my craft at.
54.
I think you've
Richie,
just come up with a rather
check
accidental
37. Richie, you
chant
require
for Jared.
58.
I'll tell you about it off the air. What's happening here, Richie?
Game
Another
shot on the
double
fourth
hit with his
leg,
first
Richie
attempt.
Howson.
He is bossing the doubles.
Because it's certainly a case that year
Fifth leg,
on
it's
year,
Brian to throw
the
first.
more that we do this, the
Game
more
on.
that the sport is growing, the more there's TV exposure. And I don't know whether you've had this when you've been in conversations with players and stuff like that, as Brian piles in.
180.
Well, it's his second 180 of the game. How many players are saying, well, how do I get involved in commentary? Or how do I get involved in this? Because players are more interested now on trying to find other
100.
solutions, because it's also not a career which for everyone is going to be 30, 40 years. It might be 10 really good years, and then you're thinking, what is next?
57.
Look at Paul Scholes when he was playing for Manchester United. He retired. Then he struggled with being retired because he didn't know what to do. So what did he do? He came back.
60.
Bought a pair of boots from Sports Direct and then played in the Manchester Derby.
$100.
There's even a lot of people this year thinking that Raymond van Barneveld might retire again. Hasn't been a great start of the season for Ray, but the season is young.
Well, look at players like James Hubbard, for example, who's been a
Brian
long time away and
164.
decided, you know what? The sport's in such a good place. I want to be a part of what is happening.
132.
He's been playing some really good darts lately as well. How smart was that from Brian? Didn't even think about the 18s. He says, I'm going to leave 32 again. And he's going to have to hit the 32 now that Howson has put the pressure on.
Game,
He's been so good on that target. 13 darter and 3-2 in front.
Sixth leg is Richie.
Yeah, he's been rather spicy on 32 because he's Belgian mustard down there.
And I think it's also fair to say that darts in Belgium is at a very interesting point. The popularity of the sport has never been better. Viewing figures never been better.
92.
They don't sell out events quicker. But there's also a conversation to be had about the fact that Dimitri van den Berg's form hasn't been great in recent times. Mike De Decker hasn't really kicked on since winning the World Grand Prix.
100.
And the World Championship, all in all, for Belgian qualifiers or players who qualified for the event, wasn't exactly great, was it?
It was awful.
59.
It was a nightmare for Belgian darts. It wasn't just David Munya against Mike De Decker. It was all of them. It was Arno Merck beating Kim Huybrechts in the first game of the tournament, and that was symptomatic of what would happen to the Belgians pre-Christmas.
Obviously slightly lighter in the Belgian division as well, with Andy Barton's losing his tour card come the end of the 2025 season.
Yeah, he's a different animal in Belgium, though, isn't he? Look at the weekend. My word.
Euro Tour Andy Barton's in Belgium is a beast that you do not want to unleash.
60.
I think Stephen Bunting would have much rather Andy had not qualified.
$100.
What happens next is based on what Howson leaves. This will tell us what kind of mood
Brian,
Raman is in.
150.
Zoom in on the bullseye. I've got a feeling... Oh, no. No. He's gone for the more conventional play. He really is in a focused mood, isn't he?
89.
Oh, the irony's not lost. He got it with the last dart. Ironically, now he doesn't want the bull. He wants half of it.
60. Brian, you require
Well, that
61.
tells me that he's really dialed in on the job, because in the past he would go for the free bullseye to be a bit flashy. He may as well have done so, because he's hit with the last two darts and doesn't find the double four.
57.
Ironically, Richie Howson could win this leg on the bull.
Oh, the bull can't be missed. The bull can't be missed, but the 45 can be.
83.
What a turn of events.
Brian, you require 4.
2 2s to wrap up a 4-2 win. And to make it 2 wins out of 2.
2.
The match darts are come and gone,
Richie,
and
you require
Howson
52.
returning to take us all the way for the second time in as many matches.
Game shot on
And
the
the
sixth
target
leg,
that Brian Raman
Richie
hit so
Howson.
efficiently is one that Richie Howson doesn't miss either. He's only had 3 attempts at the double in this game, Richie Howson.
7th
but
and
he's
deciding leg
found
is
all
Brian
3 of them.
to throw first. Game on.
We're just going to keep saying it because he keeps doing it. 7 out of 8 on the doubles for the day.
92.
This is seriously impressive from the owl. Do you like owls?
They don't really offend me that much.
They don't offend you? Oh,
They're-
okay.
60.
They're very happy animals, aren't
They're
they?
great animals. They're up there with otters. An elite animal.
Do I ask what your elite tier list of animal is?
59.
Mandrills, owls, otters, and Californian sea otters, to be more specific.
100.
You can get this in 6.
134.
He's not going to, but that's a really intelligent switch. Look at that. You switch there and you get the treble. You leave a number where a maximum leaves a dart at double 18. That's the way he thinks.
85.
As a consequence, he's going to buy himself time in hand. 6 and 2 on 6 to get the job done.
58.
And he put a pick off a treble.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but can't owls turn their head 180 degrees?
Yes.
That's somewhat ironic, isn't it? Because he was looking for a 180 there.
41. Brian, you require 158.
Well, Raman's still got 6 from here because that 41 score of Howson has bought him extra time. May only need the 3. May only need the 3. Double 19. He's not going to go for it. He's decided to set up, do the sensible thing in his eyes.
That, from our vantage point, looks like an inspired player. But the thing he had to do in this last leg decider was keep Richie away from the outer ring. He's done that so far.
And that double 16 that has been so fruitful for him is eventually found to win the match in a last leg decider. It's 2 wins out of 2 for Brian Raman to kick off this Monday morning. And 2 decent performances. It wasn't quite the heights of the first, but steady enough stuff for the Belgian. He wins 4-3. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the Brave Brother Man. Got the better of Richie Howson in a last leg decider 4-3. Game 6, a meeting between Zeverboom and Neil Wild. Neil won his opening match by 4-2 against Jesus Salate, whereas Zarizo lost out 4-1 to Brian Raman in his opener, although to kind of caveat things a little bit, Brian was averaging a round about 95 in that contest. But actually, if you look at the two performances in Game 1, or at least the averages in Game 1,
First leg is Neil to throw
there was
first.
a point to separate, actually, in Zarizo's favour.
on.
But for Neil, more than anything else, it was his doubling efficiency that stood out. 4 from 7 on the outer ring in that contest against the Argentinian. That would have been his second 180 on the live lounge stage.
When you cast your mind back to when Neil was playing
96.
some PDC darts around 2007, 2008, he was playing against some proper players. That was a time where there was no tour card system. If you had the money,
60.
you pay your entry, pay your membership, and you turn up and play and try to win. Unfortunately for Neil,
57.
winning didn't happen. He would play against the likes of Wayne Mardle, Mark Dudbridge, Terry Jenkins, Mark Holden. Remember him? Top Banana?
100.
But unfortunately, he would succumb to all of them. And I'm going to give someone a mention here. It was the 2007 World Championship qualifier.
81.
He lost to a local lad from Portsmouth called Danny Pinhorn.
Oh.
Danny could play. He was a seriously good player.
His young lad is a very, very good
60.
player locally.
He was at the advanced tour at the
Yeah.
JDC at the weekend. He's a seriously good talent.
Yeah, I think we'll be hearing things about him. I wouldn't be surprised in a few years' time he carries away. He's going. We're
Neil,
seeing
you
him
require
here.
141.
Very good young player. And obviously, we know one or two people that won the academies around Portsmouth, and they're doing a superb job.
45. $60. Neil, you
That's
require
disappointment there for
96.
ZZ. He'll be thinking 1-0 down is inevitable. But don't think that way. Maybe there's a chance. And there is, but it's a big ask.
84. So you require 148.
Well, 148 for ZZ, not to be on this occasion, and so Neil will return for 2 6s to
78.
keep a hold of his throw in
Neil, you
this
require
opening
12.
leg.
Dream marker. That might be a little bit less kind. So he goes for the clean
Game
bit
shot on
and
the
gets it
first
anyway.
leg, Neil Wild.
Now, you may see
Second
2
leg is
flags
Sarasota
on
to
the
throw
back
first.
of
Game on.
ZZ's top,
I see what you did there. That's very good.
and it comes from the
100.
heritage of both of his parents. His mother hails from the Netherlands, whilst his father is from Suriname, and so that's where the 2 flags can join
140.
on the back of ZZ's shirt.
100.
So what you're saying is South America is somewhat indirectly represented twice in this group. Suriname is
140.
one of the most northerly countries of South America, bordering Guyana and French Guyana, actually in the middle of the two.
59.
You do tend to get that a little bit with the Netherlands.
140.
Jeffrey Desvan, he's got a different flag on the back of his shirt. I think it's Malaysia.
I think Jeffrey Zwan's Thailand, actually.
76. Neil, you
Yellow
require
Klassen's got some
81.
heritage from Indonesia.
Of course, a little bit further afield, you've got the RJR brothers and the Philippines, isn't it, their heritage?
41.
They've got some seriously good players in the Philippines, my word.
I've got a fun fact about their flag. I'll tell you about it in the next leg.
Flag fun fact.
Yes!
134. Neil,
Tops.
you require 40.
tops before we have some fun with flags.
20.
That's not fun, but this
So
could
you
be
require
for ZZ.
32. No score.
Wow, that's frustrating.
Neil, you require 20.
As soon as he sees that second dart planted just outside the wire, he's thinking, I'm going to get this now. And he couldn't.
Game shot
Right
on the
in the middle of the
leg,
ball.
Neil Wild.
That's a beautiful double 5.
Now,
Third leg is
completely
Neil to throw first.
Tangenized
Game
fact
on.
about the Philippines flag. The flag of the Philippines is the only flag in the world which has a peacetime flag and a wartime flag. So in times of peace,
60.
the Filipino flag will have the sun and 3 stars on the little white triangle, and it'll have the blue in front of the red to symbolize peace. However, if the Philippines are at war, the blue and the red on the flag flip over.
180.
That's some good knowledge from Henry Deegan, and that's some really good execution from Wild.
135.
I didn't know you were a vexillologist. Study of flags. What they do say, if a certain place is under duress, you have to turn your flag upside down. So maybe that's where it comes from. You got a favourite flag in the world?
64.
You're probably going to say something from F1.
Nepal, because it's the only flag that's not in a rectangular shape.
139.
I've known you how many years, and I'm only just starting to figure out that you're a flag guy.
140.
Misspent childhood. Anyway, 62 for Wild to open up a 3-0 lead.
That'll work, as long as he gets the next single, or treble. Which he doesn't. And he's only got himself to
34.
blame for not getting
So you
to
require
a
62.
possible 3-0 lead.
Well, Zeverboom's got the same number, but wants a completely different outcome.
30.
He at least got to go at the double, but he doesn't
Neil, you
find the
require
16th.
28.
Double 7.
Game shot on the
He hasn't
third
got a problem
leg,
with the
Neil
odd number
Wild.
doubles. The 5s was good. The 7s is just as good.
Fourth leg, it's Zeraso to throw first. Game on.
Is Neil the definition of what we call a tidy player?
Yeah, I think he is.
123.
I think if you go to the Midlands and you say the name Neil Wild, they think, oh, he's good. He's not the kind of person who's going to garner a lot of major headlines.
45.
Maybe someone like Jamie Atkins would get a bit more because he's been capped for his country, things like that. But there are lots of local heroes, as I like to call them, especially within the ADC system. And you might not have heard of them because you don't
100.
see them here a lot. This is Neil's debut, after all. But if you go to their locale, everybody knows who that person is and how hard they are to beat.
As usually, it's respect from that kind of period that means more than anything else.
43.
true.
Zeraso, you acquire 112.
I mean, ZZ's not having a great day so far,
96.
but it feels like it's getting marginally better game on game. I know he's 3-0 down, but there's been a lot of opportunities for him in this match.
60. Zeraso, you acquire
And
16.
I don't know about you, but I get the sense that, yes, we know Zizi's a good player,
shot
but
on the fourth
I
leg.
still don't
Zeraso
think
Zeverboom.
on this stage we've seen anything near his best yet.
We haven't. Absolutely not. And if you look
Fifth
at the
leg, it's
averages in
Neil
this
to throw
game, they're
first.
baffling.
Game on.
Solve that puzzle. Give that riddle to Brian Raman and see if he can fix it. Darts can be a bit of a riddle on the stat sheet.
140.
You don't need a riddle. Martin Adams will give you the answer to that in terms of what averages are worth.
46.
I'm not going to do his accent, but it's something resembling nothing.
Yeah. We should quickly move on.
If you want to know more about local heroes in the ADC system, by
60.
the way, it's a really good idea to follow that system. Because if you like watching people pose in front of a camera with a
99.
tablet, that's a great system to follow. Because that's all they do on a weekly basis. Posting pictures of people winning vault events and things like that. If you want to get to know who's possibly going to make it here, that's who you follow.
An opportunity for other players to do some great things as well. I know Steve West won a vault event on Thursday night. And he was telling me about how he beat a young lad from the local area in the final, had a very good run to get there, and saying it was an opportunity for all. And anybody can have an opportunity to have their day in the sun in the ADC system.
94.
Are you referencing a photo where Steve West won, but somebody bulldozed the picture? I think somebody had a big photo bombing moment.
Yes.
Well, Neil is born to be wild.
76.
And he's not quite
so
over the line
122.
yet. ZZ goes boom. He could have got himself back into this game, but it looks like it could be over.
82.
So double top
You require 40.
to get a second consecutive win. It'd mean that him and Brian Raman would be joint top of the table. Double 16 to get the job
8.
done. Not this time.
So you require 40.
Will there be another time? This is really tricky. He thought that was in, but his dart's going almost sideways. That is definitely blocking the double 10 from that angle.
30. Neil, you require
Case in
32.
point. And so Wild returning here for 32 to wrap up a 4-1 win. Now looking up at double 8. Just on the
24.
inside, and so the
Zero, so you require
champagne on
10.
ice for Wild. And Zeverboom looking at 2-5. Perfect guide.
That is a nightmare. And look at Neil in the background. He almost lit up when that single 5 was hit.
Neil, you require 8.
The organic reactions of a debutant in motion right there.
Game shot.
And that
And
is
the
a
match,
second win
Neil
out of
Wild.
2 for the debutant Neil Wild. He gets the better of Zorezo Zeverboom by 4 legs to 1. And look at the skip in his step. You can just see that great big smile on his face, which he's had ever since he's walked in the building this morning. He's been beaming from ear to ear, and it will be cheer for cheer because he's 2 from 2. He's beaten Zorezo Zeverboom by 4 legs to 1. Welcome back, pilgrims of the Super Series, where we have seen 6 matches on this Monday morning, and we have seen some superb tungsten tussles. And we have seen Neil Wilde and Brian Raman go 2 for 2, and they are the toppers of the table as we head towards the halfway point of this Monday morning. Let's have a look at it in all of its glory. There's a uniformity all about it. Neil Wilde on 4, Brian Raman on 4, Howson and Atkins with 1 win apiece, and Jesus Salate and Zeverboom are all looking to get off the mark. Next up for us, we're going to see Jamie Atkins and Brian Raman go head to head. And if you're a little bit puzzled as to why on earth I'm talking in this tone, well, the questions are going to continue because you've got the most questionable man in world darts playing on the stage in Brian Raman, where anything is possible at any given moment against Jamie Atkins, who is possibly the most sane man in the room. Hi, Nico.
First leg is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Well, you do have a very big contrast in personalities here, but don't underestimate the amount of drive and determination that Jamie Atkins has. He's an excellent dart player.
96.
But you do get the feeling that from a desire perspective in darts right
99.
now, maybe Raman has got a little bit more of that dreaded aura, because he wants to put all his chips on the table.
94.
Now let's use the casino example here. Let's say that Brian's got 100 chips.
100.
Jamie's got 100 chips. Who's going all in? It's Brian. Jamie's more of a, let's see what happens. I'll commit half. And I'm going to keep 50 in reserve.
I think Jamie's at a point where I think he's happy with what he's doing. And I think it's one thing we mentioned earlier on today, and it's very true. For a lot of these players, they're mixing full-time jobs. In the case of Jamie, he's got a family to look after as well. This is a nice side hustle to have.
59.
But for him, it's probably too big a gamble to take full-time.
Well, let's use a guy who definitely has aura in Luke Humphries. And use the example of him winning a Players' Championship recently. The first thing he said after winning was, I can now spend about 30 more days with my son this year. That tells you how important that is to him. And as far as Jamie Atkins is concerned,
Brian, you require 109.
his priority, darts is not number 1. You get the feeling that darts is very close to number 1 for Brian.
Success is nice, but it comes at a price.
It does.
Jamie, you require
it absolutely
24.
does. Got to get closer.
12.
It was closer, but not close enough.
Brian, you require 52.
So 52 to take out this opening leg. And as you said, a good marker as to where a player is at, what a player wants to hit. And he's been so good on this double today. Deadly on double 16. And he's effective there again. Breaks the throw of Atkins, leads 1-0.
Second leg
Just
is
on that
Brian
subject
to
one
throw
more time then.
first. Game on.
The work-life balance within this sport is extremely important. I'm someone who has got it completely wrong
59.
in previous times. I'm working on that right now as it happens. But it should actually have a sign above the door when you walk into this sport.
81.
And it should go something like this. What are you willing to sacrifice? I was talking to some of the parents in Bristol on Friday at the JDC Advanced Tour. And you had all these kids practicing at this wonderful new facility called Hangar 61 that the JDC have opened up. Unbelievable facility.
96.
And I'm speaking to the kids and I'm saying to them, you do realise you're going to have to sacrifice something for success. And they all understand it at the age of 12
99.
in the case of Owen Priceland. And the case of, say, Jack Johnson at the age of 14. They all know that they're going to have to sacrifice something for darting success.
Because they've had to do so from a very early age. Because the JDC Advanced Tour, the Power League that you were commentating on Friday, that takes a big commitment. Then you look at the likes of Mitchell Laurie and Kaya Basil.
83.
They're globe-trotting and jet-setting across Europe to try and get up to get WDF points.
Look at it this way. Mitchell Laurie went to Bristol on Friday. He left at 7 o'clock in the morning when his dad had finished a night shift.
140.
It's not just the players, it's also the parents, what they're sacrificing for future success. If you want to be successful, what are you willing to sacrifice?
Success comes at a price.
93. Jamie, you require 84.
Well, 84 here to level up at 1 apiece. And now the bull.
Game,
Oh,
showing the
brilliant.
second leg.
Absolutely
Jamie Atkins.
brilliant for Jamie Atkins. And even Brian Raman could appreciate that.
I think he can on 2 levels
Third
as
leg
well.
is
Not just
Jamie
because
to throw
Jamie's taken that
first.
cleanly, but he's taken it the way that
Game
Brian
on.
would have done it. Because you know how much he likes double 18. Is this a new rascal hairdo, by the way, from Jamie?
Yes, yes.
It's take the sides off, leave the rest.
57.
The mullet is back in fashion, Nico.
Yeah, don't get any ideas. I'm not growing one of those.
60.
See, I've literally got to stay with short back and sides because I've got 2 haircuts left in me.
I think if someone's going to rock the mullet and make it look cool, I think Jamie's the guy to do it.
140.
I think he's a slick-looking chap.
140.
Number of players going for that mullet look these days. Damon Hector, Owen Bates.
Yeah, some of them are even going for
96.
what used to be known in the 90s as curtains with a moustache.
Yeah, but yeah,
91.
whoever does that is absolutely crazy. Curtains and a moustache. Who would do such a thing?
Well, Cam Crabtree's doing it right now, and he looks like Brian
96.
Kilcline.
Not even old enough to remember who he is.
He was in the 1987 Cup final for
58.
Coventry City.
Jamie, you require 112.
This is looking promising.
72.
The more these guys play
Brian, you
against each
require
other, the more I'm seeing
152.
similarities in the finishing stakes. Well, the reason that Raman is displeased with that dart is because the first one was so perfect.
100. Jamie,
And he was
you require
expecting to
40.
get that second treble.
Double 10.
Game shot
Here
on
it
the third
goes,
leg.
and Jamie Atkins leads by 2 legs to 1.
You're going to get this reference because this is England
Fourth leg
versus
is Brian
Belgium.
to throw
And
first.
if you think about that
Game
fixture
on.
in football, you have to go all the way back to Italia 90 in a very famous game which was won by David Platt.
105.
We've already referenced England versus Argentina today because Jesus Salate is representing Argentina. And it is a World Cup year, so we've got license to get excited about a lot of things in 2026.
93.
Famous line of John Motson, and England have won it in the last minute of extra time.
$60.
That's what sport is, though, Henry. I'm sure you understand this because you work in this industry in multiple sports, but to be consumed by sport is a good thing. World Cups do that. Olympic Games do that.
58.
And to darts fans, our Champions Weeks do that. People genuinely, I've heard, take the week off because they want to watch all of
128.
Champions Week. They want to be surrounded by the whole thing. And I'm sure if they sold tickets for Monday to Saturday, there'll be people who would want to be here all week.
Yeah, but I can think of 1 or 2.
96.
Well, we don't sell tickets all week for Champions Week, but we do for Champions Night when the jackpot and the gold medal are awarded to just one
60.
player.
Brian, you require 112.
That could still be one of these guys. Now, surely he's got to go 54. Or 42 bull. What you thinking? If he goes for 60 here, I think he's broken.
And he somehow managed to find a way through.
96.
He just never ceases
Jamie, you
to
require
amaze, does he?
150.
anything and everything to lead double 16 today. That's what I'm getting from him.
I've given up working him out. I've just given up working him out.
Barney requires 16.
This is the most difficult dart of the leg. And of course he finds
shot on
it.
the fourth leg, Brian Raman.
Trying to work Brian Raman out is like trying to read a
Fifth leg,
Japanese
it's Jamie
dictionary
to throw first.
with a blindfold on.
Game on.
But you still want to do it. You still want to try. Even when he's
60.
off form, he's watchable. But when he's on form, you just want to see what he's going to do next.
19. Oops, check 59.
Trying to work out the Raman riddle is a difficult task.
Seems like quite a long time ago that he was given his affectionate nickname by
97.
our colleague Dan Dawson, who used to call him the Noodle. Raman Noodle, get it?
56.
Brian doesn't like that.
Yeah, there's been a trend over the last few years. Commentator given nicknames don't seem to really kick on, do they?
180.
Give me an example.
I think you know what I'm on about.
I don't, that's why I'm asking. Oh, now, come on,
100.
Brian,
Jamie
that's
require
ridiculous.
164.
How on earth did you find that treble 20? That's pretty good. But is that shot from Jamie as good as the treble 20 that Brian's just found?
92.
Well,
Jamie
it means
requires
nothing in the long
72.
run anyway because Raman's unable to leave himself on a finish. Atkins 72 then to put himself to a leg of what would be
Game shot on the fifth leg.
himself.
Jamie Atkins.
2 wins out of his last 2, having lost his first. And for Brian Raman, this would inflict him a first
Sixth leg, it's
defeat of the
Brian to throw
session.
first.
And it gives
Game
Neil
on.
Wild the opportunity in game 9 to potentially have a 2-point lead at the top of the table going into the final 2 rounds worth of fixtures.
105.
We did say at the top of the show that there was no clear favourite in this group. There was a lot of possibilities at the start of the week.
120.
120 floor.
Well, there's a squat for the day for Jamie.
90.
Are you a fan of the new shirt that Brian's got this week? We've remarked on plenty of his shirts in the past.
I've got some question marks over it, Nico.
I like it. I think it's one of the best ones he's had made.
77.
That on the back, very good. And do you know what I like about it? It doesn't have his name on it. Because, let's face it, if you
59.
have reached the top of a rankings list, if you've won ranking titles, you don't necessarily have to have your name on the shirt to be recognised. I think that's rather smart.
60.
As for the person on the front, that's a rather mean-looking Riddler. Almost morphed into someone from The Matrix. I'm digging it.
137.
Yeah, it looks like when Tommy Shelby was eaten up by Frankenstein.
That's a rather apt thing to say. With Peaky Blinders being from the West Midlands, as Jamie Atkins almost is.
33.
You
Brian,
wouldn't
you require
classify Warwick as the West
110.
Midlands, would you? Not really.
Well, this to take us all the way. He'll hit. Oh,
78.
the lesser spotted miss on double 16 for Brian.
Like this play. He's running out of room, though. It's got to go over the top.
133. Brian, you require 32.
So, to take us all the way. And we've seen a fair few 4-3s. This will be the third of the session already. And we're only in game 7. And do you know
Game
what?
shot
The
on the
more
sixth
impossible
leg,
the angle
Brian
is,
Raman.
it seems Brian Raman finds it to get. And we go all the way.
7th and deciding leg.
How?
It's Jamie
I don't
to
know.
throw
But that was
first.
summed up.
I think you enjoyed
Game
that
on.
one. The double 8, the double 16, the treble 20, which I'm not going to forget about. Honestly, when he's on form, he could hit the hole in a tea bag.
56.
That was Nico's PG tip of the day.
92.
Don't do the 9. Don't do it, Jamie. Good man.
63.
When you're in that situation, you always go for cover. The exception only being if you have to stay on the 20s to leave a finish. He didn't have to, hence the switch was right.
180.
But somebody might be switching on at just the right time. This has been a good game of darts. They're not massive averages, but I get the feeling these two are very well matched against each other. This may be the rivalry of the week.
And it wouldn't surprise you at all if this is one of those meetings that goes 6 meetings in the week. I wouldn't be surprised they both met in Group B and then subsequently met on Saturday night.
Yeah, you don't get many weeks where people play 7 times. It did happen with Charlie Manby and Adam Gavlas in a previous series, and they met in the final game of the week, which was taken by Gavlas. Good switch.
94.
That makes the next shot so much easier.
So Raman here looking at 76.
Brian,
and
you require 76.
I have to say, this is to dodge a real bullet. Because for large swathes of this game, it looked as if he was going to be defeated for the first time in this Group A. But he's going to get a match start at double 18, which he misses. And now he has to hope that Atkins hasn't got something out of the ordinary here.
I don't think he knew that Jamie was on 130 until he missed double 18 there. He's going to have to hold his breath for a few seconds. He could pinch it.
100.
He gave that every chance. Raman now for the match looking at double 18 to make it 3 victories out of 3. He's got the perfect guide, an even better one, and he eventually nestles away through. It's a hat-trick of wins to kick off the day for Brian Raman. And he is very happy with oneself. 3 games played, 3 games won, and he's very much in his usual cheeky, chappy mood. He gets the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 3. Coming up next, Jesus Salate takes on Zeverboom. We are at the midway point of the day here at the Live Lounge in Port. So Group A action here at the Super Series. And before the break, Raman kept alive his 100% record for the group. Haven't got the better of Jamie Atkins by 4 legs to 3. So for Brian, 3 wins out of 3. He's in control of the group. These two both searching for their first wins. Jesus Salate on debut, the first ever Argentinian player to play here at the Super Series, up against Zeverboom of the Netherlands. Second time he's been here in the Super Series, but he did play at the
First leg is Jesus to
ADC
throw
Global
first.
Championship back in
Game on.
December. Not to too much success, if the truth be told. Was knocked out in the first phase, or the first stage, whatever you want to call it, of the competition.
97.
Picked up a couple of wins. Finished 6th out of 7 in his group. In a group which featured Stuart Dutton, Carl Wilson, Jimmy Bristow, and our Australian friend, old Leaky Adam Leake.
41.
You got to say that Adam's probably
140.
favourite vegetable-based dart player.
Well, I don't know anyone called Carl Buttonup.
Yeah, but there's Jasper Scarrett.
41. $96.
You get the feeling that someone needs to get off the mark soon before their confidence takes a bit of a dive. That's the thing about this game. Somebody is about to get off the mark.
100.
If we're being
so you're
frank,
130.
Salate has played a little bit better than ZZ has today. And his doubles have been really good.
56.
Yeah, that component's been really good. If it was a double in, double out event, he would be much closer to the mark. But it's just like in this leg, he's finding himself behind the 8 ball a fair bit.
126. There, so you require 74.
I'm going to come back to that shot in a second. Now that the leg is
on the
over.
first leg, Zeraso Zeverboom.
How many times do you see a player get the zoom on the treble 18?
Second leg is Zeraso to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, but why was he going for 18s on 222? That's different.
100.
I don't know, but I'm sure Owen Binks will explain it on a TikTok video.
$78.
Do you have a favourite Argentinian? Considering he is the first Argentinian to play here. Who's your favourite Argentinian?
95.
Probably the cop-out answer, but Diego Maradona. Well, him or Messi? Him or Messi?
You're not going to join me on the couch with Fabrizio Collicini.
43. $92.
It is a country that is completely steeped in football. It is more important than religion.
It is, and you see some of those games between, well, Boca Juniors and Boca Juniors, shall I say, River Plate.
62.
They are. They're rivalries that make the old firm look quite timid.
Yeah. You go back to the World Cup that they hosted in the
84.
70s. That's a story. My word. And is it River Plate who are extending their stadium to about 140,000?
Indeed. However, because of certain instances in games in
40.
Argentina,
So you require 130.
away fans have not been allowed admittance to league matches there since 2013.
$89.
So am I right in saying they still play two-legged finals? So I don't know whether the Copa Libertadores has changed now, but I know the Copa Libertadores final used to be 2 legs.
And Zize looks like he's going to get 2 legs.
So you require 41.
He keeps missing segments, though. He's missed the 11s. Now he's missed the 9.
25.
But he's coming back for that double 8. Salate again, it's a scoring, isn't it? He's not getting enough chances. What we're saying is, Jesus is a good striker, but he's getting no service.
124. Zerso requires 16.
Somebody needs to get Javier Mascherano on the pitch.
Game shot on the
Well,
second
and
leg.
it goes 2-0 to Zeverboom. Now, there is a possibility. Do you remember the World Final where Gary Anderson had a 180
Third
fall
leg
out
is
and all three
Jesus
darts
to
fell out the
throw
board?
first.
Well, if
Game on.
Jesus did that and then went 180, 180, 141, you could say that Jesus is a false 9.
Very good. You know what the best thing is about that 180 on the floor for Gary?
140.
There was nothing going to stop him in winning the 2015 championship.
140.
He was astonishing that year. If anything, he was a little bit better the following year.
Well, it just felt like it was Gary Anderson's tournament to lose, particularly after RVB did a job on MVG in the last 16.
It might have been that kind of time where Jesus was thinking, I'd love to take part in this PDC stuff. But things have changed a little bit in the last 11 years. It's not just about that one-track mind to the PDC now. He did play Q School this year. Did Jesus. Didn't get through it. That's why he's here. But there are many different avenues now, courtesy of post-COVID stuff. We have more tours than ever, and more people playing the game than ever.
Well, you think about it, for someone like Jesus, basing himself in Spain, in Malaga, and still playing, obviously, under the Argentinian flag, he can go and play stuff on the Central American circuit of the CDC. And technically, there's nothing stopping him from playing on the ADC European stuff.
Not at all.
53.
He can even play on the Challenge Tour if he wants, but he's decided not to.
I respect that decision, because it could be so easy to say, do you know what, I played in Q School, so I've earned the right to play in the Challenge Tour. Maybe this year, playing all of those events might have been a little bit too soon for Jesus. Dipping his toe in might well be the best thing for it. You look, I know a more extreme example, but you look at someone like Bo Greaves, who kind of dipped her toe into little bits each year. 1 year doing, decided not to play the Women's Series, then played a little bit, played the whole lot, drip fed into the Dev Tour, and then everything else that followed since.
That is not a good dart from Jesus, and he knows it. His chance is gone.
40. Zerso requires 68.
ZZ is 2 out of 5 on the doubles. If he's a little bit sharper, he might be 3-0 up. That's sharp enough.
Shot on the third leg. Zerso Zeverboom.
Jesus is being left behind, and he's not even playing that poorly.
Fourth leg, it's Zerso to throw first.
Yes, he's only averaging 74 here. But look at the game he had earlier with Jamie Atkins. He had a 90 average and lost. This guy can play. But if there's one thing we learned from last week, is that you do not judge any player by Monday.
$60.
Well, how often do we say usually the player that wins Group A doesn't go on to win the week? However, it feels like it happens every week now around here.
It's a marathon. And then on Saturday, it's a sprint. That's what makes it such an incredible, intriguing format of play.
40.
Because Monday to Friday, you have to be a bit like Mo Farah. And then on Saturday nights, you've got to be like Keely Hodgkinson.
125.
It's like Monday to Friday, you're playing test match cricket. And then when you get to Saturday, it's a T20 international.
Yeah, that's a really good analogy, actually. Two very different disciplines.
And actually, the atmosphere is a lot different on Monday to Friday compared to Saturday. Like a test match to a T20 international. Monday to Friday, it's dead quiet in here. And then when you get to Saturday night, we have a
45.
party.
It wasn't quiet when the Netherlands and Argentina faced each other in the previous World Cup, by the way.
It was
game. 2-2.
60.
That was when people thought Wout Weghorst was a good player.
Hey, he's a Burnley legend, I have you know.
I'm only kidding. But it was Argentina that had the last laugh. They'd win 4-3 on penalties. That was after they lost in their first game of the tournament.
To Saudi Arabia, wasn't it?
60.
So a bit like that
Zero, so
World
you're
Cup, it's about
100.
having the last laugh in the week, isn't it?
Game shot.
And
of the
Zizi
match.
is going to have the last
Zeverboom.
laugh in this game. A 4-0 victory over Salate. Taking out the top 17 data, ton check out. And he's on the board. Is the Dutchman. Great to see. Great to see the smile on his face. And great to see him off the mark. Work for Salate to do for the remainder of the day. Coming up next, Richie Howson takes on Neil Wild. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've gone beyond the halfway point of the morning session here in Group A. And before the break, we saw Zeverboom get the better of Jesus Salate by 4-0. Game number 9 is a meeting between Neil Wild and Richie Howson. For Neil, he's been perfect so far. 2 wins out of 2 on this Monday thus far. Up against the Owl, who won his opener against Jamie Atkins by 4-1, but was beaten in a last leg decider against Brian Raman in his second. That was despite being 3 from 3 in terms of his finishing in that particular contest. So, Wild and Howson going head-to-head as we head towards the end of the third round worth of fixtures on this Monday afternoon. It's Howson to get us underway in the black shirt with the white trim along the sleeves. Looks very much like a...
100.
That does look very football kit-like, doesn't it? It's a type of thing that I could see Fulham wearing as an away strip.
It's a good point, actually. I've been trying to figure out if it's white, cream, or some really pale yellow. It's almost magnolia, isn't it?
Well, I'm going to ask him where he got that magnolia from and see whether I can get a cheap price on it. I need it at some point in the next few weeks.
60.
That's for anybody who likes to watch darts from close quarters. You can actually be here on Saturday night.
140.
And you might be able to even meet someone like Richie Howson, who's one of the nicest guys around. He genuinely is, by the way. Lovely, lovely guy. And that is the QR code you need if you'd like to join us on Saturday night. A very small booking fee. And then you can come here and have a brilliant night out for about 20 quid.
Yeah, you can meet all sorts of people. You can meet Richie Howson. You can meet the likes of ourselves.
45.
And if you're incredibly lucky, you might get an Anton Mays signature.
This should be a max.
140.
And knows it should have been.
There you go. He signs all sorts of signatures. You just got to pay him a $5 for the luxury.
Now, Henry.
140.
Referees
Richie,
on the
141.
Let's leave that to the players.
The best referees are the ones you don't notice. And
Neil, you require 76.
we haven't noticed Anton today, so that's a good thing.
Yes, exactly. Great referees are like ghosts. They'll never be seen.
36.
Well, Howson lives
Richie, you require 36.
to fight another visit.
Game shot on the first leg.
Do we
Richie
even need to
Howson.
start talking about it again? I mean, holy smokes.
Second leg is
on the
Neil
doubles.
to throw first.
This is
Game
getting
on.
a bit silly, Richie. 4 out of 5, 3 out of 3, and now 1 out of 1. He's missed 1 dart at double. It's 12:06 in the afternoon.
135.
This is Adam Paxton levels of finishing here from Richie Howson.
Honestly, if you gave him 3 porcupines, his doubles percentage wouldn't be any
59.
better. This is outrageous.
I would like to mention, for health and safety reasons, we do not encourage the throwing of porcupines.
100.
It's a figurative example, of course, because they're very spiky.
Just as that dirty look you gave me just there.
43.
I think Richie's just given that treble 20 a bit of a hacky look. Darts can be a bit of an escape for some people.
134.
Life is hard, and supporting your teams is hard. But one of the things that I love about this sport, speaking to a lot of young kids these days who are under exam pressure and things like that, they use the dartboard as an escape. It's not always about competitiveness. It can be used as an escape from work, from other parts of your life that are troubling you. And if your football team are doing really, really poorly, get on the dartboard and think about it that way.
After yesterday, you might consider a comeback.
I'm saying nothing.
99. Neil, you require 50.
Need to find out who Neil supports. He does like tops. He's left it a lot today.
Game shot on the second leg.
I think the less
Neil
said about
Wild.
dart 2, the better. Let's focus on dart 3, which is a bit of a peach.
Well, I'm glad he
Third leg
likes
is
tops
Richie to
because he's
throw
got it written on his
first.
shirt.
Game on.
On the right sleeve.
100.
Have you noticed the explosion in this country, by the way, of places being opened that are darts-centric? If you think about when Neil was playing PDC
45.
darts 20 years ago, round about that time, if you wanted to play darts, you'd have to go to a club or pub, as in a working man's club or a pub environment. Nowadays, we have more places
180.
that are being opened because of darts first, not second or third.
100.
That's because of the popularity of this sport. Everything's changed. Everybody wants to pick their darts up and go to a darts-centric atmosphere.
Neil's nodding his head in appreciation. He expected the max. And that's back-to-back maximums for Richie Howson, who's averaging now around about 105.5.
Well, he could take 401 points.
140. Richie, you require 41.
Just give him the leg. Honestly.
Game shot on the
just
third
give him the leg when he's on the double.
Howson.
2 for 2 in this game.
Fourth
An
leg,
11
it's nil
darter
to
there.
First.
But
Game on.
for the day, he's missed just 1 darter double. He's 9 out of 10.
This is Johnny Clayton like on the doubles.
89.
9 out of 10.
In the words of Dizzy Rascal, this is bonkers.
It is a little bit.
125.
It's been so long since Richie Howson missed a double. I've got more grey hairs.
$100.
Neil Wild, by the way, is playing the best he's played on this stage so far today, but he may well get decimated for it.
Something else is changing here as well. Howson's treble 20 action is changing.
135.
He is butchering that section of the board all of a sudden.
And the thing is, we know Howson's got these gears where all of a sudden he can put the foot on the
44.
pedal and you'll be gone in no time at all. We saw that Legends League, didn't we? Those averages of 115 and 107 that were being poured in that week.
Yeah, absolutely. Richie's a great player. He's always been good. When he was on the PDC circuit himself for a year or two, he was good. He wasn't this good.
123.
This version of Richie, you stick him in 2012, 13, 14, there's a player that might win a title.
100.
I truly believe
You
that.
require 145.
145 on the Carter Wild. Look at it, double top. And dropping just low. Just pull that last one a little bit. Howson back for 81 might just be a dart at the bull.
It's a big test to keep this run going. Oh, it's close. And he's missed one for the first time since
20.
game 1 of the day.
Am I right in saying both his misses have been on the bullseye?
Game
As
shot
Wild
on the
slams
fourth
home
leg,
the
Neil
2-5
Wild.
to level up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Okay, so on the table, did somebody bring a Modus Super Series lunchbox?
180.
Well, that is what Richie Howson once had used as a tackle box. Basically a box he'd used for his fishing tackles. But now converted
60.
in a darting kit bag. There we are.
Oh boy, Shane McGurk's going to hate that. You know how much he used to love showing his case off? Well, sorry Shane, you've been outdone.
140.
Don't, because he will be watching this and he will be finding something creative.
Well, why do you think I said it? Because I know he's going to be watching.
Hi Shane, hope you're well, pal, if you're watching.
140.
Yeah, we miss you here, Shane. We hope you're doing well on the PDC circuit. Looking forward to watching more of you.
Yeah, I think he might be there for a little while. I think he's very much there to stay.
Oh,
100.
get a load of this leg from Richie. He's on for a 10.
Well, he's only had an 11 today. In this game, he's had an 11.
Richie, you require 36.
This guy's got levels. Lots of them.
Shot in the
My
fifth
word,
leg,
more layers than a
Richie
milfoy.
Howson.
Well, Neil Wild can only laugh because he
Sixth leg is
himself
Neil
is
to
averaging
throw
93.83. But look at that.
Game on.
16, 11, 10. Good luck getting anything against this guy.
Look at him, he's locked in. He is properly locked into this, isn't he? This is Monday morning.
45.
And he's more focused now than some of the Saturdays he's played. Bet his wife Lynn is enjoying what she's watching today.
55.
Your boy is playing out of his skin.
And there's going to be so many people watching this that are going to be so happy for Richie. And as you mentioned, such a lovely guy and
100.
immensely popular character on the circuit, particularly on the seniors tour. He was beloved.
He is one of those guys. He's like Colin Osborne. Everybody loves him. Genuinely doesn't have an enemy in the world.
140.
But just like Osborne, he's multi-skilled. You might think he's a great dart player, but what else? He is an amazing
100.
artist. You get him next to a lake or a river, he'll catch anything you want. He's an incredible fisherman. But
99.
what's he best at? Art, fishing, or darts? I honestly can't tell you because he's brilliant at everything.
And I wouldn't want to play him at killer over pool either.
Oh, no.
95.
There's another thing. So he's fourfold.
He might be the only player that could possibly win the Modus Super Series and the Mosconi Cup.
57.
The way he's doubling today, he probably pot every ball. Blindfolded.
Looking forward to seeing him on a 147 finish, because he could be the only person to say he's hit a 147 in snooker and a 147 in darts.
44. Richie, you
It's a
require
pity he didn't leave
150.
153.
And then we could ask him which was easier.
You're a bad man, Henry. You're a bad man.
98.
On the back
Neil,
of
you
his shirt, it
require
says born to be wild.
117.
This game has been wild at times. The chance is gone, and Howson, based on what we've seen, he's going to win this game 4-2.
I think Neil Wild's probably going to
77.
accept his fate
Richie,
as
you
well,
require
because on the
52.
outer ring, Richie Howson has been unflappable. Oh, he's that good. He's going to go for 2 doubles. And almost hit them.
44. Neil, you require 40.
He's human. And Neil is sticking around here. But he needs to get 10s.
20. Richie, you require 8.
So 2 4s for Howson to win it 4-2. But unable to find a way through. And now Howson is beginning
Neil,
to
you
miss. And
require
Neil Wild has
20.
to pounce all over this.
Richie
Game
is
shot on
very
the sixth
upset at
leg,
the fact that the game is not
Newald.
over. And his opponent is still lingering.
7th and deciding leg. It's Richie to throw
Just
first.
like that famous song. Do you have to let it
Game
linger?
on.
Do you have to?
Do you have to?
Do you have to let it linger?
$60.
That focus that we were talking about with Howson, it's been troubled by the misses at double 4. I think he could have accepted the misses at double 8, but the ones at 4s,
60.
it's like somebody putting salt in your coffee instead of sugar. Just, ugh, you don't like it.
Yeah, don't get them things mixed up. I've done that before and
60.
it's not nice. I've once got salt and sugar mixed up. I was in Canada having fish and chips and I accidentally put sugar all over the chips. Yeah, that wasn't nice.
70.
There was that first or third dart from Wild. Richie can't find trebles. Until now. That's a good visit.
137.
The kind of visit you really need in a leg like this. Because if he walks away from this game with a defeat, he's going to be devastated. He's been the better player
140.
by a distance. At one point, he was averaging 109. It's down to 98-ish right now. But his opponent has been averaging in the 80s the whole time.
94.
Well, Neil Wild is kept at the same level and was just hoping for a Howson drop-off. That has happened, and he is seizing that initiative.
125. Richie, you require 150.
And even with that slip into the 5, he leaves himself on something manageable. Only needs the 1 treble here, Neil, to give himself a look at the outer ring to win the match. A match
60.
where Howson
Neil, you require 106.
has missed a handful of opportunities to win.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that changes days for people.
Well, that's a happy accident. Bullseye! Just low. And the bullseye might be the target that Howson's looking at here. To kind of, well, he's hit one into the single one, has to recover with dart 2, doesn't do so. It's a match that Howson had control of. It was a match that Howson was averaging 118 for large sways of. But it's a match he could well be on the cusp of losing, because Neil Wild here looking at 33 to pinch it. Well, that will feel like a freebie for Neil Wild, but you can see in the pained expression on the face of Richie Howson how damaging that could be. Because he was in cruise control. He was playing like a dream for the most part, was the Owl. As you can see, loss of an average of 95. But it's a handful of match starts, and Neil Wild just kept at the same level throughout and was just able to crawl over the line. Coming up next is Brian Raman against Jesus Salate, game 10 of 15. Three rounds of fixtures down on this Monday afternoon, and before the break we saw Neil Wild get the better of Richie Howson by 4 legs to 3. Zeverboom beat Jesus Salate 4-0, and Brian Raman with a 4-3 success over Jamie Atkins. So this is how the table looks as we head into the final couple of rounds of the day. Neil Wild 3 from 3, Brian Raman 3 from 3. Richie Howson, Zeverboom and Jamie Atkins all on 2. The only player yet to pick up a win is Jesus Salate. And so How about this for a divine darting irony if his first success was to be against a player who's yet to be beaten so far today in Brian Raman? It's game 10 of 15 that we're broadcasting live to you across the Pluto TV network. Don't forget, if you're on the move, you're on the fly, and you want to take the darts with you, then why don't you download the Pluto TV app? It's available on the Apple App Store, Google Play, wherever you get your apps from, and you can take the darts with you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on the Pluto TV app. And following the live darts today, you can find out a little bit more about Brian Raman's darting journey, because he's going to be talking to us as a part of the Tungsten Talk series. That's from 2:30 this afternoon, once the live action has culminated here on Pluto TV. Then we have another special episode involving Jimmy Van Schie, and then we'll be talking punditry with Matthew Edgar after that. But trying to talk sense on Brian Raman, and if he does so, he should be paid double, is the asset Paul Nicholson on this Monday afternoon.
Been a pretty good day for Brian so far.
60.
But the only way he will be pleased with his lunchtime work is if he stretches his undefeated streak to 4. And his last game is against Neil Wilde, and I think he'll be a heavy favourite in that game. This could indeed be a really good Monday, like it was for Adam Hunt last week.
100.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Adam, he was unable to follow up on Tuesday and Wednesday, was beaten by Jack Drayton midway through Tuesday's action, and then from that point onwards, it was JD that dominated proceedings, and then Bossman Jr. would go on to win on Saturday night.
57.
Needs to work on the nickname.
84.
Some people get a nickname and it sticks for the rest of their career. Some people chop and change.
100.
Just like walk-on songs.
Yeah, that's pretty difficult for some people.
134.
Some people try and change their walk-on song, but then they go back to the default, like Gavin Price. Gary Anderson doesn't even like his walk-on song, you know. He wanted to change it, but they said no because his is so iconic.
40. Brian Uruguay, 88.
Gezi Price's walk-on depends on whether he's a fan of Jerry Cinnamon one week or not.
You've got to be a fan of Jerry
40.
Cinnamon pretty much every day of the year anyway.
144.
Well, sometimes.
Sorry. Smooth. Very smooth.
60.
Almost
Brian
as smooth
Uruguay,
as
48.
Brian Raman's hair. Look at that. 48 and 2, almost in slow motion.
Second
I could only dream of being able to pull off a slick back haircut like that. There'd be some bald spots appearing if I did that.
140.
I can imagine walking into Tony and Guy, and Brian Raman's
57.
haircut is a picture on the wall, and I'd say, yes, I want the Raman.
Yeah, I'll have the number 5. And he's the model, giving you the Brian Raman eyebrow.
No, the eyebrow's an extra £2.50.
No, if you look at his left eyebrow, when he's a little bit puzzled or thinking about something, that left eyebrow
100.
raises a little bit. Bit like Dwayne Johnson's. We see you, Brian. We know what you're up to. You're a thinker. Well, what do you want to do? Choose your big treble. It will leave yourself on a finish. Treble 19's fine. That's not.
145.
I just didn't want him to leave himself on something really small.
97.
Well, he's left himself on something really small after just 9 darts. Double 18 could be Another 10 data. Would have been our second of the day.
Game
But
shot
that's
on the
another
second
11.
leg.
We're
Jesus
back on level
Salate.
terms at one apiece. At times, some of the stuff we've been watching has been brilliant.
Right.
Third leg,
Let's
it's
have a
Brian to throw
little mini
first.
debate about
Game
61
on.
then.
Okay.
With one dart in hand, what's the right shot, in your opinion?
55.
I don't mind treble 19. I really don't. Because if you don't get the treble, you're leaving something which gives you options like 42. That's how my mind works. I know that a lot of people would refute that.
58.
But think about it this way. If you go for treble 19 or treble 7, your target area is doubled.
And the other thing as well is when you're going
99.
25, if you're going wide of the target, it's a lottery as to where you're going.
Exactly. Exactly the point. This is what we dive into. It's our job as analysts and commentators
55.
to figure out what is the right play. I'd be really curious to see what Brian would have done in that situation.
134.
But let's face it, Salate did everything right and he had his best leg of the day right there. But I see the 25 on 61 as a gamble now.
100. $51.
How often do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Raman on a bogey number. I genuinely can't remember the last time I saw that.
81.
Has somebody not put a pair of batteries into Brian yet?
How many times do you see that as well? Someone's on 162 or 168 and they get 2 treble 20s. It's extraordinary how many times that happens.
And look what he's left again. Old faithful double 16. He's been
99.
so
Brian, you're
reliable on it
32.
all day long.
Well, no point hitting it when it's easy. Just hit it when it's really hard.
16. Jesus, you require 108.
Opportunity for Salate. Still needs to find a treble. Going to persevere, unable to find a way through, so Raman will return for 2 8s to go 2-1 to the good and to put himself halfway towards what would be
Brian, you
a
require
4th
16.
win in the group.
Game shot
Really
on the
good
third
shot.
leg. Brian Raman.
Let's face it, the number 4 is hovering around this place right now. We are in round
Fourth
4.
leg, it's Jesus to
4
throw
wins,
first.
it could be for
Game
Brian. 4 defeats, it could be for Jesus. Not the first Jesus to play here, because Jesus
60.
Nogueira has played here from Spain.
Played pretty much as soon as he walked through the door here at the Live Lounge. It's quite ironic. We opened up in a
56.
church and Jesus was here within the first week.
We still haven't had an Elvis.
No, but we have had a Michael Jackson wannabe on the stage, Matt Jackson.
140.
moonwalking. And then got moonlit by Cam Crabtree.
That he did. What a debut performance that was from Cam. Seems like a long time ago now.
98.
Nearly 4 years ago. He's done nothing since, but it was a decent debut.
I'll give him some credit. He has grown a moustache.
Yeah, probably took him 4 years to grow
60.
You're just not letting this go, are you?
it. No. It's like he watched an episode of Minder once and thought, you know what, I'm going to
57.
go back and dress like it was in the 80s.
There's nothing wrong with that. The 80s was a cool time because darts was massive in the 80s.
42.
Everybody wanted to be Eric Bristow or Bob Anderson or Bobby George or Cliff Lazarenko.
Everybody loved Big Cliff.
Oh, Big Cliff, what a player. What a guy.
140.
People's champion trademark. He was a legitimate player that people genuinely loved.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement. Everybody loved Cliff, and everybody loved Dave Whitcomb as well.
43. Brian,
Dave
you
won a
require
little bit more than Cliff,
150.
but there was a connection between the public and those two players.
$70. Jesus, you require
I get the reasoning why he did that. I love it when Brian's here. I'm trying to work him out, and it makes sense. This makes more sense.
85.
The reason he went
Brian, you're required
25s is
80.
because if he gets 25s, he leaves this, which is 2 singles to double. This one's got to be lobbed. And he throws them very hard, so that's very hard for him to do.
This will be dart of the day if he finds it. Oh, that
Game
is
shot on the fourth
absolutely
leg.
incredible.
Raman.
How's he found a way through that?
Look at the angle that went in.
Fifth leg,
It's
Brian
almost
to throw
45
first.
degrees.
Game on.
He's a very good dart player, isn't he? Today he's proving it.
You will not see a better thrown dart all day than the one you've just seen.
180.
That dart tops was still more impressive than that max. And that max was quite impressive.
I'm getting to the point now where I'll be very surprised if Brian does not win this group. But like a lot of dart players
60.
believe, tomorrow's another day. He might have a bad day on Tuesday after winning all 5 on Monday. Look at the disappointment. He's 3-1 up. He's cruising to victory here. But he's disappointed because he didn't get a shot at a 9.
Somebody we spoke to this morning
100.
said that he had a feeling that Brian Raman was going to hit a 9 darter today. It was almost tailor-made for a man to
58.
find perfection.
Yeah, but think about it this way. How would he have gone for it?
Oh, it wouldn't have been conventional. Don't you worry about that.
100.
Which means we haven't got a
Brian,
clue
you're
how
by
he's going to go for this.
123. 199.
It's absolutely incredible. It's just so out of the box, the thinking. You have to be impressed by it.
Yeah, he's leaving everybody in knots here.
140. Brian, you're
Some
quite
people with the numbers, some people with his performances. And there's
Game
no
shot and a
mistake
match,
on the
Brian
double
Raman.
6. And that is a 4th win of the day for Brian Raman. And that was a steady display. Well, here's Salate. Actually, you look at the numbers, that's as good as he's played all day. But just wasn't given the opportunities against Brian, whose scoring was okay, but his finishing was perhaps the strong point. 4 for 9 on the outer ring. Next up, Neil Wild takes on Jamie Atkins. So here we go then. It's Neil Wild and Jamie Atkins in game 11 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Brian Raman got the better of Jesus Salate by 4 legs to 1, averaging 83.63. Was 4 from 9 in terms of his doubling in that contest. As for Jesus, the scoring was a lot better. Average of 87.31, but was only afforded a couple of opportunities at the outer ring in that particular contest. So for Neil Wild, he's looking to join Brian Raman on 8 points. It would mean that game 13 would determine who would complete the cards on Monday afternoon if he was to get the better of Jamie Atkins, who himself is looking for a second win of the day. And he's played better than a man who's picked up just 1 win from his opening 3. Yeah, it's fair to say a slow and sluggish start in his opener against Richie Howson. He then responded by getting the better of Jesus Salate in a last leg decider and was beaten right at the very death against Brian Raman. A game that he'll probably feel, Nico, in the back of his mind. He should have won.
I think there's more than one game today where someone's lost it and they shouldn't have. That's one of them. And don't get me started on Neil's victory against Richie Howson. How on earth did he win that game? You saw it on the face of Howson when the 4th double was hit by Wild. Howson was hurt.
140.
Now, this is pure speculation, but I'm going to imagine that the circles that both convene in, they will know each other fairly well from the local circuit. They'll know each other's game fairly well from the local circuit.
Yeah, you seem to think that locales in England, for example, if you're in the northwest, if you're from Merseyside, Lancashire, Cumbria,
60.
People tend to know each other from quite a vast distance, maybe a 50, 60-mile radius. If you're in the Midlands, which encompasses
100.
everything around Birmingham and Staffordshire, towards Nottingham and everything in between, like Warwick, if you put a big tournament on, big ADC event, you're going to run into a lot of people that you know. It's as simple as that.
Well, Atkins leads 72 to get an opening leg break to get himself on the board.
85. Jamie, you require
72. At times has had to ride on his coattails a little bit. Has been outscored at points today. But it's been decent finishing that's been bailing him out. But he's not going to get a route out of that particular hole because Jamie Atkins takes out the 72, gets the break and leads 1-0.
Second leg is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Here's a question for you, Henry. 10 years ago, so 2016, where would you say are the epicenters of amateur darts
96.
10 years ago compared to now?
Cleveland. You had a very decent portion down in the Southwest. I'm trying to think who was doing well around the BDO circuit at the time. Actually, you look at the Midlands, you look at the likes of Scott Baker, Jamie Hughes, that were doing good things in the BDO system.
So what we could say is that the epicenter of amateur darts 10 years ago in 2016 would have been places like Breen Sands, maybe Selzy, that when they were hosting the England Open.
100.
But where are they now? We're talking about Portsmouth. We're talking about Aylesbury. And Middlesbrough.
58.
If you'd have said to someone in 2016 that the 3 epicenters of amateur darts in the United Kingdom, arguably Europe, are going to be Portsmouth, Aylesbury and Middlesbrough, they would have looked at you strangely.
Well, there would have been some people that needed to find Aylesbury on a map.
It's pretty easy. Just follow the signs for Bradmore Farm.
170.
Wow. My word, Jamie, you just got my attention with that. It's not the fact that it's a 170. It's the thought behind it. 312. 100. That is how you leave a finish
Jamie
from there.
142.
Immaculate.
142 for Jamie Atkins. Can't be done now.
Well, I'll tell you what. If he'd taken 312 in 6 that way, I would have just put my microphone down and said, give that man a round of applause.
Now you require 121.
So 1-2-1 for Wild to level up at 1 apiece. Triple 17 gets it. Bull. Well, the line was okay,
74.
but dropped low,
Jamie,
and
you
so
require
Atkins
17.
returning for 17 to go 2-0 to the goods. 2-8s to do exactly that.
Game
2-8
shot on
it
the
is to
second
go 2-0
leg.
to the good.
Jamie
And actually, also, when you think about the facilities in some of those places, particularly Bradwell Farm in Aylesbury, which is
Third
a
leg is nil to throw
purpose-built
first.
darts venue.
Game on.
You got some lovely cabins out the back. There's some good hotels in the locality of the venue. With the greatest of
85.
respect, it's a little bit nicer than Breen Sands Holiday Park.
Well, this is the thing that a lot of people don't recognise, because if you want to put events on,
96.
you want to stage, for example, something like this. Modus Super Series action, 50 weeks a year. What do you need? You need a venue with all of the
55.
infrastructure, but you also need things that you do not see. This is what people forget. Other infrastructure outside of the doors, because you need hotels, you need transport links.
140.
This is what comes into consideration when tournaments are put on.
And it's become more important now because players want the best in class. And why shouldn't they want the best in class?
140.
I mean, I commentated on an event around 4 years ago where me and Charlie Courtine were put up in a chalet, but the chalet was literally falling down. It was
95.
There was one bed, a sofa, that was it. And the shower hardly trickled. But people in charge of organisation realise you can't just put them in those places
45.
now.
Jamie, you require 170.
You've got to make sure the venues are good enough.
People demand more from their darting experience than ever.
The nicest food I had all weekend was a kebab from the kebab shop across the
58.
road.
Atkins hasn't missed a dart at a double yet.
83.
If he gets his
Jamie,
wanted
require
treble here,
112.
could well be 3-0. Watch out. Because the last time Wild was in a spot like this,
56.
and
Nil, you
someone who
require
was being perfect on the
93.
doubles against him, he found a way out. Now that bull's covered. He might gamble on the treble 18 here. Is this going to be better than Brian Raman's tops? Oh my word!
Game shot on the third leg. Newald.
What more is there to say to that? That is one
Fourth
heck
leg
of a
is
dart.
Jamie to throw first.
I think Jamie Atkins is in
Game
shock.
on.
There's no way if Jamie Atkins saw where that first dart was, he was expecting to not come back in that leg.
Now, don't get me wrong. That is not as good as Phil
93.
Taylor's match play winning bullseye against James Wade, but it's quite close.
The Isaac Newton.
There may never be a dart
140.
thrown in this sport ever again to win a tournament better than that bullseye by Phil Taylor. It was ridiculous.
140.
And if Phil Taylor walked into this building right now and we spoke to him about that shot, he'd say, yeah, that's probably the best dart I've ever thrown.
60. $174.
He's picking up some big shots, especially on approach. And he's not doing them the right way around.
60.
He's doing
Jamie,
them
require
backwards.
94.
I'm kind of digging it.
Can you dig it again? Oh no, on this occasion.
You know what?
54.
With Brian Raman here today, we've been talking about a lot of his approach work. But Atkins is doing some very tidy stuff here. It's all got meaning.
60.
He's a lot
Jamie,
smarter than
require
people give him
40.
credit for.
Double 10.
Game
14
shot on
darts
the
a
fourth
3-1.
leg.
What
Jamie
I'm about to say
Atkins.
may sound derogatory, but I mean this as a compliment. Jamie
leg, it's
Atkins
Neil
is
to
the
throw
definition
first.
of just a
Game
no-nonsense player. He gets up, gets on with it, is very efficient. He may not give you frills and spills, but you know for a fact he's going to be decent.
100.
He's going to do something efficient, and he's going to do something that's difficult to beat.
Do you remember his game with Mervyn King? here last year.
100.
It was a Wednesday afternoon. It was a winner-takes-all game. Whoever won the game won Group A. Jamie Atkins, after he beat Mervyn King, went home for a couple of days.
100.
Because he put in a stunning performance against the King. No nonsense. Yeah, I agree with that. But every now and again, he'll find another level.
41.
At the time, we coined that as a clash of generations of England internationals. That's the kind of game that we can give you here on Pluto TV, because we try and get you the best players every series. And then there are some people like Darius Labanauskas who turn up, win the title, and never come back.
100.
And Charlie Mamby's done exactly the same.
Darting lineage.
Yeah, win the title.
100.
Can't defend it.
Well, if I know who wins the title again in a few weeks' time when Champions Week is upon us, but Wild here looking at 76. We'll head down. Looking at the 13s, unable to get. And so Atkins looking at the 160.
Jamie, you require 100.
It wouldn't be the first time this has been found today. And it wouldn't be the first time it was hit against Neil Wild, because Reza Salate found this in his opening game of the day. But JA will not convert, and so Neil will return for tops to reduce the deficit back down to 3-2.
Neil, you require
Again, it's
40.
the approach work from Atkins that's impeccable. Big pressure. Got to go.
Game shot on
right
the fifth
in the
leg,
middle again.
Newald.
Just like a double five that he found earlier on in the day. And he just will not go away.
Sixth leg is
Can't
Jamie
stop,
to
won't
throw
stop.
First. Game on.
But Atkins with the honour in this leg to get the job done.
What's that nickname that Scott Mitchell gave Jamie Atkins? The Angry Fish?
Yes, he absolutely loves it. Not.
Yeah, apparently when Jamie throws his darts, he looks like an angry fish.
100.
According to Scotty Dog.
Now, Scott Mitchell is an expert in many animals, but I'm not sure fish is one of them. I'm not sure he's got a fish tank on his farm.
44.
He does go fishing, doesn't he? Or am I confusing him with someone else?
I genuinely do not know.
It's actually a very good hobby for a dart player to get outside and get some peace and quiet away from all the chaos.
Bradley Brooks absolutely loves to go fishing.
Is that right? I never knew that
Massive
about
fisherman.
Bradley.
Goes out there just for a few hours and just escapes from the world.
You know, when Bradley Brooks grows up, he's going to look like Jamie Atkins, same build. A 6.5 foot featherweight.
I can't talk. Bradley Brooks is
87.
older than me. 26?
And he's been around in big circles for 10 years.
And seemingly beginning to find
98.
the sort of feat we thought he would get to around about those times ago.
He's one of those players I love to watch.
And such a nice kid as well.
Yeah, but he did win that title last year at exactly the wrong time.
The Pointless Players Championship.
Well, he's got a Players Championship win when people don't have one. That's the ultimate flex compared to
40.
the timing of it.
Neil, you require 142.
Speaking of flexing, we were lauding Jamie Atkins, and all the while, it's Wild is sticking around even more, and he might be breaking more
Jamie
hearts.
require 160.
Well, he left this in the previous leg. And just like in leg 5, unable to convert. And so Wild,
60.
again, really
Neil,
digging
require
away.
97.
And looking at this 97 to take us the distance. 76 left. Could go double-double, or he could go conventional. And he is caught in a couple of minds. Decided to go for the pragmatic play. Didn't work out.
61. Jamie, you require 100.
Match point Atkins. He'd like to get this done and dusted. There's the done. Needs the dusted.
80.
It's not over.
Neil, you
It's not
require
over.
36.
It's not over.
Game shot on the
Yet.
sixth flag. Neil Wild.
And Wild will still believe.
He's just hit that
Seventh
double
and
18 with a little
decided
bit
leg.
of
It's
grace,
Neil
hasn't
to
he?
throw first. Game on.
What is it about this guy? How does he get rid of Neil? Well, that's the problem here, because Richie Howson couldn't get rid of him.
140.
Ultimately lost, and Jamie Atkins might find himself in the same boat. If Wild comes away with another win here
96.
at the expense of Atkins, I think he's going to get a new darts nickname, the Dart Break Kid.
Neil Wild is the darting equivalent of a fly in your drink. Just won't go away. It just won't go away when you want it to go away.
100.
He's playing like Port Vale right now. Came in with no reputation. He's taking everybody out.
95.
Even there, that was a bad visit until dart 3. And look at him, it was only 86 after 9 in a last leg decider against a former England international.
132.
Fair to say that
Neil, you
Neil's
require
timed this to perfection.
86.
Timing is everything in this game. Just had a glance over, realised that Atkins on 173 didn't have to chase the ball.
36.
And when he comes back, he's going to be having a look at 50 to win the match.
Uh-oh, there could be trouble though. Look at that.
133.
Doesn't get any better.
Neil, you require
We're into the last
50.
furlong. Who crosses the line?
Neil Wild has 2 darts at tops.
Game shot.
And he
of the
finds the
match.
tops,
Neil
and he gets
Wild.
over the line in another last leg decider. And once again, he leaves an opponent absolutely apoplectic, because Jamie Atkins had assumed control in that game, but Neil Wild has this uncanny ability to stick with any task. And by doing so, he's conjured up a couple of good wins. He's 4 wins out of 4, and he'll take on Brian Raman in game 13 to see who completes the card. But before that, we're going to see ZZ and the Owl. Lunchtime here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That is Richie Howson's dark case. I don't know whether there's any sandwiches in there, although I am rather peckish right now, so if you want to share Richie, please do, pal. Anyway, he takes on Zeverboom in game 12 of 15 that we're going to be watching this afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Lunchtime darts for you on this Monday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we are 12 games down out of a possible 15, and these two going head-to-head to try and really propel themselves back up the table. Zorizo got his first win in his previous game, a 4-0 success over Jesus Salate. As for Richie, he will have to try and calm himself down because he was not happy losing 4-3 to Neil Wild. And when you consider the circumstances of how he lost 4-3, you can understand why he had a rather pained expression on his face, because he was averaging 108 for large swathes of that contest before then missing a handful of match darts, and Neil Wild came swooping in like a seagull on chips.
60.
We know a thing or two about the gulls on the coast.
Yes.
Dastardly creatures. I don't think Liverpool fans like the seagulls either, considering what happened a couple of days ago. But Richie likes that. That's a very appealing on the eye 180. And there's only one way that Richie's going to feel better after that robbery when he played against Neil Wild, and that's to obliterate ZZ.
Yes, Brian robbery.
91. $60. Richie, you require 170.
Fish time for the fish man.
Oh, that's something he can't land. You see, he's not perfect.
60. $94.
I've got a question for you in the
Richie,
next
you
leg.
require
You're going to have to rack your
110.
brain. Let's see if Richie can take this out. Got to get back on the doubles. Earlier on today, he could have hit them with a blindfold on.
43.
Things have
so you require 134.
started to taper off. Might just be starting to tire a little bit on day one.
Richie, you require 67.
I get the sense that, and this is about any real conviction, Zorizo doesn't play too much that involves this much action in one day. As Howson, guess what? Finds a double. First time of asking.
Second leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
Here's my question to you, Henry, and to everybody who's watching on Pluto TV right now. By all means, get in touch with us at MSS Darts on our social channels if you want to contribute.
45.
Have you got a favourite 170 checkout? Ever?
Colin Lloyd to win the match play. Lloydie, my son, you've done it.
44.
60-60 bull.
Mine's a bit of a left field one. I really enjoyed Nathan Aspinall's last year at the European Darts Trophy. That was really
60.
good. However, my favourite one was Simon Whitlock against Phil Taylor in the World Final in 2010. Because people don't understand
64.
just how loud it was at Ali Pali when that shot was hit. It was a great shot. And typically Simon Whitlock at the time.
He was the original big 170 hitter in the sport.
He sure was.
134.
In a time before it was called the Big Fish.
100.
I think people need to remember that. Rod Studd came up with that analogy, and now it's ubiquitous in the sport.
So much so, we've got a Big Fish graphic now.
76.
Whenever the Big Fish is got on the major TV events.
A bit like the duck when people get
100.
taken out for a duck at the cricket when it was walking across the screen.
Yeah, that was a Channel 9 idea, that, wasn't it?
Well, Richie's idea right now is to leave a
140.
very small 2-darter. Seems to have taken that defeat to Neil Wild quite well.
133.
Because he's
Richie require
bouncing back
46.
quickly.
Double 16 to double his lead.
Game shot on the second
Double his
leg.
lead, he
Richie
does.
Howson.
Just shuts the door on ZZ there.
Third leg, it's Zeverboom to throw first. Game on.
Any idea what kind of owl it is on his shirt? Plenty of different owls in the world.
Yeah, this is the type of question that you should probably leave to Scott Mitchell to answer.
Is that? It's not a barn owl. I know that. It looks like a tawny.
100.
Owls are nocturnal, aren't they?
100.
But then again, Richie's been playing rather well in the light of day. If he goes into Group B this week, you're going to have to fancy him in Group B because that's after 10 o'clock when it's dark.
121.
Is this an agricultural question time?
57.
I'm just very curious about everything.
Well, I suppose it is Springwatch season.
100.
People say that spring has already arrived here in the UK. Well, not officially until Sunday.
39.
And it's raining tomorrow and Wednesday as well.
Standard.
Yeah, that's about right. Anyway, Howson here. Looking to set up tops after 12. He can find another big treble 20.
100.
He'll take the ton, he'll take the 80, mainly because he's overturned the throw-in leg free, looking for the double break.
105. Richie, you
And
require
by picking
80.
up the 25, leaves himself on a 2-darter. Prospectively, if Howson cannot convert, but he's going to get the perfect lie. His darts sit down, and so it means that Tops is
Game shot on
open,
the third leg.
and Tops is
Richie
got.
Howson.
And Howson's 3-0 to the good with a double break in hand.
Well, this game is probably the
Fourth leg,
easiest
it's Richie to throw
thing
first.
to describe in the world
Game
right
on.
now. One person's getting darts at double, the other isn't.
Richie Howson's keeping the door shut on his opponent.
100.
If you restrict your opponent to 0 darts at a double, he can't win a leg. I know that's welcoming yourself to the Michael Owen realms of
26.
obvious statements, but it is true.
If this was a match play golf match right now, played between Jack Drayton and Bryson DeChambeau,
24.
it's as if Jack Drayton has decided to steal 13 of Bryson DeChambeau's clubs. And one of them is his putter.
81.
Give them back, Jack.
Have you noticed that Jack Drayton looks like Roy Kent from Ted Lasso? I'm
It's-
sure he gets that a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say, he got that a few times in the practice room last week, although they gave
85.
Jensen Walker the Rick Astley lookalike.
No, I'm not having that one.
Make a great politician, though, because he'd never give you up. Never let you down. He'd never turn around. He'd never desert you.
What kind of politicians do you know that never let you down?
81.
Let's move on.
Even with that,
140.
Zeverboom is still on the back foot. Howson's going to fancy taking this out in 2 visits.
Just pick off a treble. That would have been primary objective number 1. Decides to
60.
stay there. But it's just opened the door up for Zeverboom for the first time, really, in this game. But that's a big slip.
41.
That could be a
Richie,
fatal
you
error.
require
Yeah, that is a big
151.
mistake, and he knows it. Speaking of mistakes, they're contagious.
15.
Massively contagious.
So you
Well, how
require
many times do you see that
136.
when somebody makes a mistake and the opponent just wants to jump all over it, but they're almost too eager to do it and they make a mistake themselves? Looking for a ton to leave 36,
60.
unable to get.
Richie, you require 136.
So this is for the match.
Keeps losing the line.
120.
Considering the previous
Zero, so
4
you require
darts
76.
were very close to awful, the next 2 were magnificent. This has got to be spot on.
56.
The moment it hits that flight is the moment it's not going in.
And so this to wrap it up, 4-zip. Should surely nestle that off a dart 1. Overcompensates. But no mistake on the double 4. And that's a 4-0 win for Richie Howson. He's back on the boards, having won his first game, a couple of disappointments thereafter, but he can still get a possible 6 points on the day. And I think he will absolutely take that if he can get it. He beats Zeverboom by 4 legs to 0. One more round of fixtures to go on this Monday afternoon. And after the break, we're going to be watching Neil Wild take on Brian Raman. So, 3 more games to go on this Monday afternoon, and before the break we saw Richie Howson get the better of Zeverboom by 4 legs to 0. The winner of the next game between Neil Wild and Brian Raman will complete the card on this Monday afternoon. We can have a look at the league table to confirm that for you now. As you can see, both Raman and Wild 4 wins out of 4. Richie Howson the next best on 4 points. That's how much the top 2 dominated proceedings. Jamie Atkins and Zeverboom both on 2, with Jesus Salate yet to pick up a win on this Monday. So let's get into the final round then, and it is Neil Wild and Brian Raman who go head to head. The winner will have the perfect 5, or in the words of Trina Gulliver, a clean sheet on this Monday. For Neil, he has had this ability to really scrap in, dig into any task. Hasn't always been at his sparkling best, but he's found ways to win matches in different fashions. As for Brian Raman, well, we've seen some sublime, we've seen some ridiculous as well, but we come to expect to that when it comes to Brian. But who is going to complete the card and make it a perfect start to their week?
$95.
Here's the thing about Neil right now. 3 of his 4 wins today have come with inferior averages to his opponent.
140.
He might just be the James Wade of the Modus Super Series. It's not about big numbers, it's just about the right ones.
So what you're saying is we're seeing a prime example of wilding.
If I may take it one step further, there is a phrase here in the UK where you're trying to introduce wild plants back to the ecosystem for the health of things like bees and other insects and for the environment. And based on he's been in darts before and he's back, we'll call it rewilding.
$57.
Well, he's in a superb position to win leg 1 here. 6 and 181 to get himself on the board.
$60.
Have you noticed as well, he's using Stephen Bunting darts. I don't think they're 18 grams. They look a bit meatier than 18 grams.
135. Neil, you require 121.
And all of a sudden, Brian Raman's beginning to tap Neil on the shoulder. This 1-2-1 is not going to be got. 39 left.
He didn't think that was going to happen. He was trying to guarantee the 11 and he went too far.
Brian, you require 112.
It's played safe and played too safe. But Neil, well, that smile hasn't really left his face at any point today. He is loving every bit of this experience. And he'll love the fact he's going to come back
56.
for 3 more because Raman unable to take out the
Neil,
112.
You require 32.
He's one of them people, and we saw it last week.
Game
Where
shot
for
on the
Neil,
first
this
leg.
is such
Neil
a great
Wild.
opportunity for him to strike his stuff on the big stage. This is to a certain extent, and I'm not meaning this in a
Second leg is
patronising
Brian
way
to throw
whatsoever.
first.
But
Game
because
on.
he's not committing to any circuit, this, to a certain extent, is like his World Championship playing in this week.
140.
Yeah, I see your point. I think it depends on the person. He might just be thinking, I'm playing at the Modus Super Series this week.
15.
This is his life this week. He may be treating it like a holiday. He's playing darts every day in front of the cameras against some great players.
140.
And what happens at the end to him might be like a bonus. But to take your analogy of it being his World
83.
Championship, it might be him putting himself under pressure. If that's the case, he's done really well today.
100.
Let's bring it right back. When players like Neil pick up a set of darts, when yourself picked up a set of darts, we all have that floating ambition. I'd love to be able to play on TV.
121.
Neil is fulfilling that ambition over the next few days or so. Double 14 for the 1-2-1 just inside.
Yeah, you notice how he didn't go for the single there.
107.
He definitely wanted the treble. But the problem with getting the treble and then missing double 14 to the right is that now you're on double 7, which nobody likes.
95. Brian, you require 14.
Yeah, but this is Brian Raman. And he likes to split a 10-2-2.
He nearly went double 6, double 1 there.
10.
And all of a sudden, Neil Wild's got to look at this and think, I might not be on a finish, but if I hit something big, Brian's left himself in a bit of a corner. 140 here, and this double 2 will
100.
shrink.
Brian, you require 4.
Imagine if it did. You just give me an idea. That's a great
Game
dart.
shot on the second
It
leg.
is 1-1.
Brian Raman.
How about this? Imagine if a dartboard could change.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw
It's not-
first. Game on.
It's going to remain static, but imagine if you've got 4 left and 3 darts in hand. If you miss it with the first one, low. Imagine if the double then shrinks. It gets harder with every dart.
125.
Well, back in the day, as staple wise, the targets sometimes did get smaller, and sometimes bigger.
That's true. You could push the wires.
140.
Not on purpose. Doesn't happen anymore with the spiders. That's what they're called. The pre-molded spiders that are imprinted into the dartboards for the benefits of playability.
Well,
I remember speaking to Steve Beaton last year, and he was talking about back in the days of the old embassy. If you hit a dart a bit like that first dart Brian Raman there to the top of the wire, you could actually bend the bed to make it a bit bigger.
Well, he had to with those big battleship darts he had.
40.
I don't think people quite appreciate how good players were to play that well in those conditions on those boards.
Oh, look at some of the averages from the 80s. You'll see some big averages in there. Not
64.
many massive ones, but you appreciate the big ones more because of the equipment they were playing with and the board they were playing on.
And this is why I don't like stats to be used as a comparison
68.
culture.
Brian, you require
Because the game was
167.
different back then compared to what it is now. Because technology's changed. Things have moved forward. It's like comparing George Best to a player these days. You just couldn't.
Neil, you require
Because the game was
147.
completely different back then.
Yeah, but people still do it.
Well, they've got to get their clicks somehow, Nico.
123. Brian, you
Otherwise, they
require
can't
40.
justify being sat in a bedroom on Skype all day. Anyway, tops.
No score. Neil, you require 24.
People are letting him off the hook. And he keeps punishing
Game
people.
shot on the third leg, Neil Wild. Fourth leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
17. Will it go under at some point in this game?
60.
Well, one of these two will be reined in come the end of play. But Neil Wild is running wild, running right.
180.
He is starting to grow in confidence all of a sudden. He was smiling at the end of leg 3 after that double 12 was hit.
131.
He might be smelling 10 points at the end of the day.
I'm trying to remember who on
45.
Saturday I was speaking to and the name Neil Wild propped up. I think it might have been Jack Drayton, actually. And he
58.
said, watch out. Neil's going to cause some problems this week. He's 100% correct.
I didn't know that Jack was from Thornton Cleveley's.
I know. Off the far coast.
140.
There's some good golf courses up there. It's very close to the Gulf Coast here in England.
58. Neil, you require 136.
Beautiful part of the world. He's looking for 96 now. He's not going to get it.
Well, 111.
44.
Looks down at the 19s. And when he comes back, we'll have a look at 92 for the break. And if he gets the break, it means he has the darts in the next leg to get the better of Brian.
Now, remember
85.
earlier on in the day
Neil,
when he
you
had
require
93,
92.
he went for bull first. This time he gets the bull. And he almost gets the end product.
60. Brian, you require 109.
109 to square this game up. Unable to get, and so Wild with a
55.
tangible break chance.
Neil, you require 32.
3 darts, a double 16 to go 3-1 up, and then throw to complete the card on his debut day here.
Game
And
shot
that
on
is
the fourth
exactly
leg, Neil
what he's going to
Wild.
do. Wild it could be about
Fifth
to
leg,
complete
it's
the
Neil
card.
to throw first. Game on.
Could be the ace in the pack on day 1.
One more leg for a perfect Monday. Debut days do not get any better than this.
100.
Well, maybe they do, actually. Remember Tyler Thorpe?
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see a day like that again, dropping just one leg on your
92.
debut. He played on the European Tour in V's at the weekend. Got taught a little bit of a lesson by Willie O'Connor.
Give him some time.
96.
He's a smart cookie, that lad. I think he'll get it right.
I agree. We've all been taught a lesson by Willie O'Connor
59.
once or twice in our life.
And as is customary, every single time the Premier League rolls into Dublin, the VT reel of that iconic
100.
Cranberries walk-on gets replayed and relayed. Was that the last normal Premier League night before COVID hit?
92.
Oh, I don't know.
Must be very close to the button.
Oh, look at this.
135.
Brian might indeed be in a state of shock now. It's not as if he's languaged numbers-wise. He's had more darts a double.
58.
He's got roughly...
You require 70.
He had roughly the same average as Wild. But this guy's got the chance to have the perfect day. And I'm talking about right now.
Top drops low, but he's going to be back for 3 more double take. It's all about what pressure a man can apply.
Match play. That's what this guy can do. He can play a match. Not about numbers. It's about winning
100.
situations.
Neil, you
And he's on the
require
cusp of winning
20.
5 of them.
So 2 10s.
Game shot.
And in it
And the
goes,
match,
and it is a
Neil
4-1 win for Neil Wild. He gets the better of Brian Raman, and he has completed the card on his debut day here. He smiled the second he walked through the building, and that smile, you're just not going to wipe it off his face, and nor should you, because he is living the darting dream, is Neil Wild. He's won 5 games, he's top of the table, and we're going to hear from him in a few minutes' time.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've seen a completed day for Brian Raman and for Neil Wild. We're still yet to see the final fixtures for Richie Howson, Jamie Atkins, Zeverboom and Jesus Salate, who still has a chance to get out of Monday with a victory. But considering what we've just seen from Neil Wild in beating Brian Raman, he is the perfect 10-man for his debut day, and he's downstairs with Henry Deegan.
Well, Neil, many congratulations. Could you have envisaged today's gone as well as it has?
No, not at all. It's been absolutely brilliant today. I've not played my best starts, but I'll take the wins. You know, something to build on for the rest of the week.
Is it fair to say at times you've had to really scrap and really dig in for the wins that you got?
Every single match. You know, every match I could have lost. I've hit the doubles when I had to, and that's what's got me through the day, really.
What's pleased you the most about your performances over the course of the day?
Not crumbling. It's very difficult there. I've never done anything like this before, so getting up there and holding my own. I know I haven't played the best starts, but I've got the wins, and that's all that matters.
One thing that's been really infectious has been that smile on your face, because ever since you've walked through the doors here, every single game, we haven't been able to wipe that off your face.
It's just a pleasure to be here. You know, over the last few years, I've had some serious health problems. Never thought I was going to get anywhere near this. So, yeah, every day is Christmas Day, as Bobby George says.
Is this like a dream come true to a certain extent?
Yeah, without doubt. This is what my aim was when I started playing again. If you can get to the Modus Super Series, this is my World Championship. Yeah.
And moving into tomorrow, what's going to be the task ahead of yourself?
I'm just going to carry on as I have done. You know, take each game as it comes, and if I win, I win. If I lose, I'll try again on Wednesday.
Right, I don't think we're going to get rid of that smile on your face, and I hope we don't at any point this week. Neil, many congratulations today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
So let's get into our penultimate game, which will see Jesus Salate take on Richie Howson. Another England versus Argentina match. But many congratulations to Neil Wild on a very good day indeed. He mentioned that he had some troubles in previous years. Maybe we can grab him for a chat about that later in the week. But wasn't that infectious of him to say that every day is like Christmas Day? Well, if Christmas comes on the 23rd of March, it's either 3 months too late or 9 months too early. But we don't care. And it's time for round number 5 to see what happens to end the day of Richie or indeed Jesus. What we can tell you is that the doubles did work really well for Neil Wild today. 20 hits from 57 darts. It's pretty good at 35%. If he can maintain that this week, he'll have an excellent chance of not just making Saturday, but maybe causing trouble in front of the audience on Saturday night.
First leg is Richie to throw first. Game on.
Time to get into this one then. Well, Richie's had a very up and down day. Started with a victory against Jamie Atkins. But the one thing that really stood out, it was that 4-3 loss to Neil Wild, where he averaged 95.36. An average that was 9 points better than his opponent. But he wasn't able to get that fourth hit of the double. But full credit goes to Howson. He came back to the Yockey just a couple of games later and beat Zeverboom by 4 legs to 0. And then 2 games after that, he's here to try and end on a high.
180.
And he might just be getting Salate at the right time. Because as well as he's played at times today, he's not been able to get a match dart.
43.
That's always a problem. One thing that Richie did in his previous performance by winning 4-0 is he repaired a little bit of the damage on the leg difference. He's now at +5.
$58.
His immediate problem, though, is points. He sits on 4. 6 at the end of the day. It's not too bad. It's something to work with.
81.
This looks like a foregone conclusion.
140. Richie, you require 83.
But is there such a thing? Yeah, don't go for the 16. Oh, that's worked out pretty well. That could have been a lot worse. It did get worse.
And this is why no leg is over, despite whatever the position and predicament. Because if Salate piles in a 140 here, the whole complexion of the leg changes. If he hits a max, he's on a double.
121.
Hands
Richie,
up,
you
who's
require
bust 83 before? Richie Howson's done it. But then again, in the last few days, Michael van Gerwen has bust 136.
43. Jesus, you require 87.
Well, this would be a steal. If Salate could pinch this, may just be a dart at the bull. Single 20 guarantees of that. Okay, decided to set up.
Richie, you
Yeah,
require
the accidental
40.
setup.
Game shot on the first leg.
It made
Richie
no difference.
Howson.
If you don't get a shot at that double, you might as well have not left it in the first place.
Second leg is Jesus to throw first. Game on.
The Spanish dart scene really intrigues me, Henry. Now, we've talked a lot about Jesus being Argentinian,
140.
but he lives in Spain, so let's talk about the Spanish scene. Now, Cristo Reyes coming back to the tour this year has been a good news story. Cristo back is brilliant for Iberian darts.
81.
Because he comes back as Jose de Sousa leaves the tour. It means the Iberian Peninsula has got a presence. There have been plenty of Spanish players over the years.
38.
But it feels like there's only ever one doing bits at the same time, if you know what I mean. It's never been Rodriguez and Alcinas and Justicia and Reyes at the same time. It's not been a swarm.
22.
It's been a lone wolf syndrome.
And there's a number of reasons as to why. And part of it is geography of Spain. Spain is a big country, and a lot of it's kind of centralised into one area in terms of the events. And because it's a big country, you haven't really got that
82.
depth of talent. What you tend to get at local level is one player dominating when there is events. And I know there's plans to try and expand the World Championship qualifier in that part of the world, but
60.
I know that in the past, having spoken to one or two players in that region, there's been reservations about the way that the qualifying structure and the system has been in the past out there.
42.
You know as well as I do that darts and politics don't mix. Not very well at all. Things really should be a lot easier
100.
than they have been in the past.
Well, this is part of the reason why we've seen a new position for Dave. I know someone that you know very well who's basically taken up the position where he heads up what happens on the affiliate tour. So basically, they're
43.
all better in line with one another.
Yes, it's the perfect appointment. Now, some people believe there's no such thing as a perfect thing. I think Neil Wilde will think differently because he's had a perfect day. But Dave Allen at Matchroom
100.
being appointed into his new
156.
role is about as perfect as you could possibly get. And there are things being smoothed out in the darting landscape as well.
92.
People are starting to
Richie,
work
you require
alongside each other a bit more, which is the
138.
right thing to do. What was he trying to do there?
64.
He was on 118 and he went for 19s.
Game shot on the second leg.
Don't get me wrong,
Jesus
that is a
Salate.
great shot. A somewhat accidental shot from Jesus, but Richie's got me
Third leg is Richie to
bamboozled
throw
right there.
first.
Single 19, he's
Game on.
99 with one dart. Did he think he was on a different number?
Well, in some weird way, all's well but ends well, because it was
85.
far from academic in terms of the direction in which the leg was won by Salate, level at one apiece. And I know different parts of the world are getting funding. I mean, I mainly know because of some of the work that I've done with the Nordic and Baltic tour in the past that there's going to be levies, there's going to be a certain amount of funding that can go into the infrastructure, goes into certain things in terms of making sure the tours are expanded, goes into the infrastructure of some of the events, so the venues are better, or purpose-built venues are made in certain cases in certain parts of the world. And look at what a bit of funding could do for the ADG in Africa, who pretty much with no funding whatsoever have done some incredible things. Just imagine with a bit of funding what they would be able to then do.
All right, dig it out. You were talking about it earlier. Who's qualified for the PDC World Cup over the weekend? You might think it'll be Kenya. It isn't. You might think it'll be South Africa. It isn't.
81.
It is.
It was Uganda that qualified for the World Cup of Darts for
You
the very
heard right.
first time.
You heard right. Uganda.
The pairing of Patrick Ocheng and Juma Said will play at the World Cup, having got the better Malawi in the final.
Please tell us the name of the players.
I will do in the next leg.
One of them's an absolute ripper. Sounds like a Bond buddy.
Richie require 161.
Great dart. Needs another. Not quite. Jesus hasn't
97.
sampled a great deal of
Jesus should
leading
require
today.
40.
He's been chasing a lot. Is he leading in this game? He most definitely
Game
is.
shot on the third leg.
He could
Jesus
still get
Salate.
out of today with a win. If he gets it over Howson, that will serve him very well
Fourth
for
leg
match
is Jesus
2
to
tomorrow
throw
morning,
first.
because it
Game
will
on.
be the return fixture.
So they beat the Malawi pair of Rogers Zako and Carnage Mukando Viwe.
81.
There you go. A guy from Malawi, and his name is Carnage.
Now, it was interesting how it panned out because basically you had to play in pairs to qualify through. Now, only 3 nations entered. So Kenya had a number of
85.
pairings, which included Vituri and Manuya, who couldn't make it through. And so it was actually the Uganda and the Malawi pairing that made it through to the World Cup of Darts, which will take
100.
place at the Eissporthalle in Frankfurt in June.
Gonna have to figure out if Uganda have got an embassy in Germany where the ambassador can go and watch them play at the World Cup. A bit like the Kenyan ambassador did for
60.
David Munya at the World Championship just 3 months back.
$80. $140.
Well, top 40 for Howson to try and square this game back up at 2 apiece. But Salate still just about with the darts in his hand in this 4th leg. Very much in the ascendancy now. Good 140, leaves a ton. Impetus now all on Howson. Broken in the previous. And now Salate really looking to cash in on that break.
He's very much an understated individual, is Jesus. It was just a little nod to himself as if to say, get rid of this. Get to 3-1. Consider that
shot on the 4th leg.
rid of.
Jesus Salate.
That was a great recovery. And this is a good performance from the Argentinian.
5th leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Would I be fair in assessing Jesus Salate as a good player, but at the same time very patchy?
Maybe.
100.
But I refer to what I said earlier. We don't judge debutants by Mondays. We judge them by where they are on Saturday and what they do on a Saturday.
140.
We don't hand out invitations to play here on the street. People are here because of what they've won and the reputation they have.
140.
Jesus is here because people want to see if he can improve and get better as a dart player.
43.
And I think he will improve as the week goes on because he will learn about himself. He can fast track his stage experience in the space of 5 days.
26.
Just beginning to fall apart a little bit here for Richie. He's played some decent stuff, but may only come out of this with 4 points.
And this is not about talent right now because I believe that Richie's a better player than Jesus. But at the minute, Jesus is actually more energized than his opponent. There's a difference of nearly 20 years in age between these two. And that might have something to do with this.
And by the way, actually, it's quite a compliment that we don't actually talk about the fact that Richie's heading towards his 7th decade in life. Still as fit as a fiddle. But this could well be a 1-3-8 to win the match. Double 12.
100.
Oh, you can't beat a 1-3-8 to win a match.
150.
Just didn't feel likely on this occasion. So this is new territory for the Argentinian.
24.
Match darts in hand.
To become the first Argentine to win on the Super Series stage. Jesus Salate is a winner at the Super Series. He gets the better of Richie Howson by 4 legs to 1. He had to rate until the very last, but Salate is a victor. And even though disappointed it seems with elements of today, he's got room to build going into tomorrow. As for Richie Howson, I think there'll be a lot of head scratching as to what happened at times today. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Jamie Atkins and Zeverboom, and them two are going to culminate our action. It's from A to Z next. Final game of the day, and it is a meeting between Jamie Atkins and Zeverboom. And for this pair of players an opportunity to move on to 4 points overnight, which will be level with Richie Howson as far as the league table is concerned. For Jamie, I think he'll be rather perplexed as to how he's only picked up 2 points on the day, because performances have been decent, but
First leg is Jamie
he's had a couple of chances to win games in last leg deciders, which he's been unable to convert. In the last two, he lost 4-3 to Brian Raman, despite averaging just a shade under 90. And then against Neil Wild, averaged in excess of 93 in that game and still found a way of losing it.
96.
If you've been tuning in since 9:30 this morning and you haven't been keeping up with the table, you might be just as perplexed as Jamie feels.
90.
Because he's got the same amount of points as Zeverboom. That doesn't feel right. Because Jamie's played much better than his opponent in this last match. And I mean much better.
$58.
Well, unfortunately, the Modus Super Series doesn't hand out, "Oh, I played well" award. They just hand out points to the person who gets 4 legs.
58.
And that's where sometimes some players can feel rather lucky and some players can feel rather deflated. Because points is an equal imposter.
100.
If you average 115 or you average 65, all you get is the same thing, 2 points.
140.
Too true. This is something that the young kids are going to learn when they're playing
100.
at their academies,
So you require
even
111.
in the JDC system. You can lose or even draw with a 90 average.
87.
You can also win with
Jamie,
65.
You require 96.
Make it make sense as Atkins looks at 96.
56.
He didn't go
So
for
you
the
require
double-double.
24. $18.
And Zeverboom didn't get the double.
Jamie, you require 40.
The door is open for Jamie. You don't expect to get another chance right there, but when you do, you have to take it.
When it's that close, it's become precariously awkward.
20.
And Zeverboom is going to get another
So
look
you
down
require
at the trap
6.
door. And
Game
finds the
shot on
double
the first
free,
leg,
finds the
Zeverboom.
break, and finds himself a leg to the good.
Second leg, it's Zeraso to throw
If
first.
Jamie leaves
Game
today
on.
with just 2 points on the board, he is going to be left with more questions than a Brian Raman Whittle.
26.
Yes, folks, you're going to have to wait until Brian's first game tomorrow for the riddle of the day.
57.
I'm glad you can say it better than I can.
$60. $100.
Is it fair to say that everybody's going to be disappointed with their day's work
140.
apart from Neil Wild?
Yeah, because I think Brian the Man, I think, what an opportunity I had to complete the card. Didn't take it.
Absolutely.
Richie Howson's going to be scratchy as to how he's only won 2
96.
games. And Jamie, I think, will have something similar if he manages to lose this one. In fact, if Zeverboom can leave with 4 points, I think he'll be happy enough.
50.
Yeah, but this is not his first rodeo. If you keep coming here and keep failing to make Saturday, at which point
58.
are you saying to yourself, I need more from this situation for it to be fruitful, for it to be worth the trip? You don't want to be seen as a
77.
participant. You want to be seen as someone who keeps qualifying. Look at what Neil Duff does. If he doesn't make a Saturday, do you think he's happy? Saturday is a minimum requirement
83.
You want to be one of those
Zero, so you
players.
require 148.
Oh, unable to get the 148.
100.
But
Jamie
does leave
require
himself in a decent
107.
position here to open up a 2-0 lead if Atkins can't convert. Well, that's a happy enough accident. But unable to find a treble with either of his first
43.
two. And
Zero, so you require
ZZ
48.
back for 2-zip. And it's double 16, the targeted choice. Finds a way
Game
through the
shot on
posts.
second leg. Zero, so
And now
Zeverboom.
2-0 to the goods.
Third
More
leg,
head
it's
scratching
Jamie
for
to
Atkins.
throw first. Game on.
There's a little bit of muttering going on there. You don't blame him whatsoever. Been a really puzzling day.
Are we beginning to get to the point where Jamie Atkins just wants to
140.
see his pillow go to sleep and forget today happened?
140.
Maybe Zeverboom is starting to smell something different, which is success.
91.
Yeah, Zeverboom just beginning to tick along.
100.
I wonder what colours Jamie's going to be wearing tomorrow. He does have a few different coloured shirts, doesn't he?
Yep, this is Wolverhampton Wanderers number.
140.
We don't mention the words Aston Villa in front of him.
45. Jamie, you require 130.
This is one of those comfortable legs. You find yourself on a really decent number after 9, and your opponent is a good dart and a half back. This is a situation you should win.
46.
But they're the kind of visits that have crept into his game at times today, where he's making his next visit just a little trickier.
140.
And look who's tapping him
Jamie,
on the
require
shoulder.
84.
And this may only be a dart at the little red bit. Wide of the wire.
59. So
And the
you require
difference between
76.
84 and 76 is 2 singles will mean that Zeverboom will have a dart at a double, but he gets 2 at 2-8.
Game shot on the third
Only needs the
leg.
1.
Zero, so
And there's a
Zeverboom.
little bit of pep in ZZ's step.
Fourth leg, it's Zero,
Jamie
so to throw
Atkins
first.
looking away.
Game on.
Daren't look his opponent in the eye.
This is one of those situations that makes you angry as a player.
100.
He shouldn't have lost that leg. You've got 130 left, and you don't convert it in 6. If you don't,
93.
you have to take ownership of the mistakes you've made. You only had 1 dart at the bull from those 6 darts.
140.
If you walked up to Jamie Atkins after this game and said, you've got 130 left, Jamie, how many darts at double do you expect?
94.
He'd probably say, well, I only want 1 to hit 1. But realistically, I want 3.
41.
You got 1. That's where the mistake was.
And at the target that you mentioned as well. Which means something's gone horrifically wrong somewhere along the line.
58.
But these are the kind of mistakes that can be ironed out over the course of a week. Get them out of the system on a Monday.
60.
Fewer mistakes on a Tuesday. By the time you come to Wednesday, if you're not going to win the group, you are readying yourself for a secondary campaign, and that's where things can really kick in.
And Jamie's been here often enough by now to know exactly what the deal is. A 160 to finish. We're not going to see a Zeverboom to finish things off.
100. Jamie, you require 160.
Atkins has left this a few times today. He's not going to find it.
92. Zero, so you require
And so this
60.
to wrap it up, and this to finish off the day with 2 wins for ZZ. Tops.
40.
Drops just low.
Jamie, you require 68.
Nobody has sounded better on double 20 than that. Just don't do what you
No
did earlier. That's
score.
twice today. He's done that.
In his first game, and it may well have
Zero,
cost
so
him in
you
his
require
last.
20.
How the day could be bookended rather harshly for Jamie Atkins,
shot and a match.
because
Zero, so
ZZ
Zeverboom.
finds the 10s and he gets a second win of the day. For Jamie Atkins, there might be a bit of soul searching overnight. Only picked up the 1 win. from his 5 games. You would say he deserved more. A few 4-3 defeats. They went the other way. We could have been talking about a different picture altogether. But as you can see, Zeverboom, his 2 wins today have come 4-0. One against Jesus Salate and one there from Jamie Atkins. And that culminates the day's play. We'll have reaction and analysis in the Pluto TV studio on the other side of this short break. Well, we've had some day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These are the results from the last couple of rounds of matches, and it was a perfect day for Neil Wild on debut here at the Super Series. He got the better of Raman by 4 legs while both players were competing to complete the card on the first day's worth of play. It was Neil that ended up winning it, and he tops the table, 10 points to his name following the first day's worth of play. Raman, the best of the rest, in second on 8. And look at the gap between second and third. Richie Howson on 4 points. Him and Jamie Atkins, how he's bottom of the group, I have no idea. Both of them will have questions to answer for sure when it goes into Tuesday's play. But that is how the table looks following day 1 here in Group A, which you've been watching in the company of the former Players Champion Paul Nicholson. He joins us here in the Pluto TV studio now to analyse what we've seen over the course of the day. And look, we knew Neil Wild was a good player. And I'll tell you what we didn't know maybe was his scrapping abilities. But he has had a perfect day on debut.
Yeah, perfect points-wise. But when you analyse the numbers and you watch the games in their entirety, it's the scrapping ability that really has stood out, because that game with Richie Howson, that's changed this entire day for me. Brian Raman was coasting at the time, beating people up. And even when he came up against Wild post that game with Richie Howson, he just didn't know how to beat him. It's almost as if Brian had one half of a day, and then when he played Neil, it was totally different. But one thing we've learned about Wild today is that he can figure a situation out and get over the line.
And to a certain extent, is that almost as impressive as blowing away the opposition, averaging 90-95 every game?
Yeah, it is, because you can put a stack of numbers together and say, right, I want 10 points, I'm going to have to average 90, and I'm going to have 40% in doubles. That doesn't take into consideration shots like that bullseye, which is, let's face it, we saw Brian hit tops from downtown. That shot was better. And that just goes to show what he's got in the locker.
In terms of Brian, now, he was kind of saying he's been doing punditry in Belgium over the course of the weekend. He didn't quite know where he was. Maybe he felt a little bit undercooked. But do you know what? There was a lot that I liked. Not just the way that he played, but we speak sometimes about how sometimes he can kind of get at himself a little bit. But his composure all day long. There wasn't a moment where you thought, he's about to lose it here.
Sometimes on Mondays and Tuesdays, Brian's his worst enemy. He can speak too much to himself internally and cause himself a bit of heartache before a situation's even matured. But the fact is, I think he's doing himself a bit of a disservice. He's maybe talking his chances down when, in fact, from the first game today, where he averaged 94, he looked really good. So maybe he's trying to play a different hand coming into this week. Not trying to talk himself up, maybe trying to play the hand a bit differently. And if that's the case, I kind of get it.
Does he look like a player that's kind of put things into perspective and just kind of learning what's the best way to get the best out of myself?
Well, let's face it, when he was WDF #1 in the world, he just wanted to obliterate everyone and show the world what he can do. He's got nothing to prove. Not in our eyes, anyway. He can go out there, he can average 66, and it'll still be exciting to watch. However, in his own life, I'm sure there have been times where he thought, you know what, I can't play darts because I'm injured. I can't play darts because I'm not in form. At this point in time where he's not injured and it looks like he could be in form, maybe he's just playing with a little bit, less of a shackle on him. And when he's playing like that, he's really dangerous.
In terms of Richie Howson, I just get the sense today it's just going to be a real head scratcher for him.
Yeah, it's like he was trying to solve Wednesday's crossword today, because he just didn't have the answers at times. His doubling at one point, at the midpoint of the day, it was irresistible. It was a case of, at the time, I think we mentioned it in commentary, just give him the leg, because he was missing one dart at double in his first 10. And then after that, he missed 3 darts at double 4 to win a match against Neil Wild, and that's where things came down a little bit. He lost that match, and after that, he had to work a little bit harder.
Well, alongside him on 4 points is Zeverboom. Where are you in terms of him at this present moment in time? Because we've seen some decent stuff, but it also felt a little bit patchy at times.
I don't even think he knows where he's at, because his last 3 games were 4-0. He won 2 of them and lost 1. So you think, well, hang on. You're against a bunch of players that you should be living with this talent at this time. Maybe Richie Howson's got a bit more experience and a bit more skill, but at the same time, we know what ZZ can do. We've seen him average over 90 on the stage before on a Monday morning. So the fact that he's had that very much Richter scale day, it's just more of the inconsistencies that he's trying to get rid of.
Could we paint a similar picture of Jesus Salate?
I just think this was a really big baptism of fire for him today. In a very winnable group, in my opinion, he was the person that people were showing up for. And he was having to find something like that 160 just to get a leg. So tomorrow, they might be angling for Neil as opposed to Jesus, and he might get an easier deck.
Can I ask about the perspective in the practice room? Because we mentioned earlier on today, and I had a little chat with Jesus this morning, his English isn't the greatest. He can pick up some broken stuff. Now, when you're in an environment like this, where you're surrounded by people all day, and I'm going to imagine that the other 5 don't know too much of Spanish. What's that going to be like in terms of him around the practice room, him around the arena, and kind of him amongst his peers in general?
It's going to be really difficult. We can't sugarcoat it whatsoever. There have been people come here who do not speak great English, and then they're surrounded by people who do speak English as their first language. darts is known as a very lonely sport because when you're on the stage or on the hockey, you don't have any help. The referee will give you some degree of help, but you have to help yourself. In that practice room, if you're not speaking the mother tongue of the others, you're not really getting any information. You're getting no intel, so you have to be a lone wolf. If he's not comfortable with that, he's not going to make Saturday.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how it pans out, and we're going to be back tomorrow morning. I shall see you bright and breezy then. Right, plenty coming up across Pluto TV in the interim. And coming up next, we've got the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series that features Brian Raman. He'll be talking about the highs and lows of the last 3-4 years or so, from WDF #1 to tour card to dropping off tour, injuries and all the rest of it. He'll be chatting to us about that in a few moments' time. And then we've got Mr. and Mrs. International Pairs. Jenny Van Tripe and Jimmy Van Ski are going to be the participants of that. What could possibly happen? And then we're going to see Neil Wild back in action tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. and he is looking to continue what has been a perfect start to life here at the Super Series for him. And he is hoping to make it through to Saturday night's final. That is from 7:30 p.m, of course, live here on Pluto TV. Well, as far as today is concerned, it's been a wild day. Neil, 5 out of 5, and he's hoping to continue going into tomorrow. Bye from us.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word! It's another incredible moment tonight. Jeff Smith! It's match down.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Thomas Johnny Magnus!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go over the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
requires 86
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.